Hey there, fellow devs. I am SQL Dev DBA, and welcome to Data Discoveries. So today, we are going to look at some Formula One data. That Formula One data is just going to be how teams travel across the world. So I've always been curious. You see track layouts and track destinations across the calendar, and you think, how is it that they get from place to place, or what is the logic behind all of the different destinations or locations that these tracks are on, and how far do folks have to travel? How far do teams have to travel? How far do FIA officials and anyone involved have to travel? So today we're going to be exploring that a little bit. I'm going to be collecting my own data to get all of this from various websites, including the Formula One official website. So it's going to be kind of interesting. And today, I think I have a new addition to the stream. That Streamlabs decided that they were going to wipe every single one of my layouts, so I had to rebuild everything. But during that time, I was able to get a screen for Luna, who's sitting there eating. I think she's working on an apple right now, but I will be able to use her as a distraction for you folks when you get bored of seeing me. Switch over to her and we're good to go. So I'm also going to keep the music on, although I'm going to make it a little bit lower, but I'm still going to keep it on because this will be quite a long stream. So I just want to have something in the background here. All right, so let's get started. Let's review a couple things, and then we can get started. So it'll be gathering track data will be our first step. So we have to go to the Formula One website. We'll get the calendar, get all the different locations. We'll go to each team's website or wherever we can find team information, maybe Wikipedia or something like that, and get some team HQ data. So where are they located, where are they based? And then we'll import that data as well. We'll import everything into SQL Server via DBATools, CSVs, that sort of thing. We're gonna really collect it to start with. We're going to collect it in Excel, but I think it's best to transition over to SQL Server. But I will show while we're creating the Power BI report how you can just use the CSV if you want to use that instead of importing through SQL Server or even working through SQL Server. All right, so next we're going to create some views in SQL Server for Power BI to consume. I always like to make sure that I use views in Power BI when consuming data from SQL Server instead of consuming it directly from things like tables. I prefer views. They're a lot easier for me to work with, so I'll use that. And then we're going to create our Power BI report and generate some distance calculations. Now this is going to be an interesting bit right here because it's something that I recently stumbled upon with a fellow developer, and we're very, very excited about being able to find distance data within Power BI and within SQL Server without having to pay lots of money for geolocation apps or global information services apps, which usually charge a ton. And then we're going to visualize that data in a map. We're going to see on a map of the globe how much distance is between each point, so we can get a visual feel of how far these teams travel. Alrighty, so before we get started, I do want to take a moment and just quickly talk about the wildfires on Maui. They are quite devastating. It's been classified as the most destructive wildfire in the last 100 years for the US. And so if by chance you're thinking, how can I help these folks who really have been devastated by these fires, Hawaii News Now has a page dedicated to all sorts of different charities that you can donate to within Hawaii. for the purpose of aiding with these wildfire victims. So I'll leave a link to this in the bio, but there's some really good funds here that you can donate to if you are feeling up to it. All right, so I like to use things like Microsoft To Do to just create lists of what I want to get accomplished. And so I've created a list just for this particular episode, just so that we can stay organized, and because I want to gather my thoughts and make sure everything's I have everything in mind before I get started. I don't want to miss any steps. So again, this will be a kind of a long stream. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So Maui Wildfires, that is done. Please donate if you're able to. All right, so the first step is just going to be reviewing the distance formula. So this is a really interesting formula, because usually when I try to get information like how-tos in Power BI, I'll go to either Google or ChatGPT or something, and Bing's, whatever Bing's AI is, it does give you the formula. And so all you have to do is, just say things like how to calculate the distance between 2 points in Power BI, and it'll return the formula. But the reality is Bing's, or let's say ChatGPT's explanations are usually kind of like bare bones and simple. Sometimes you can ask it like, hey, I don't understand what you mean. Can you please elaborate on that? And it usually will. But when I first found this, what I actually stumbled upon was a blog post by Trancy Le. I apologize, Trancy, if you ever watched this and I butchered your last name. But Trancy's approach was very different. She has a full walkthrough of how to do this, and her formula isn't just one line. Her formula is a very well thought out function within DAX and Power BI, which has things like variables and really explains what's going on step by step. So I was a big fan of the way Trancy put this together, and so I'll be using this method instead of the standard Power BI, the standard ChatGPT response that you'll get within Google. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and gather that data. So we reviewed the formula, that's good. Now we're creating an Excel data set for tracks and for team HQs. That's what I want to do next. So here's the FIA Formula One calendar for 2023, and this is what I'm going to use. Basically, I'm just going to build a simple Excel file that has events or tracks, actually both. The tracks are just going to have the track information and where the track is located. And then the event information is actually going to be kind of like a journey from place to place. So we could call that table something like journeys and say, hey, I went from one particular place on the globe or on Earth to another, that we want to catalog those as separate events or separate journeys that teams took. So let's get to building. I have a simple Excel file here, and I'm just going to whip up a pseudo table within Excel, and then we'll import that as a CSV into SQL Server. So we'll start our track table. So we can have something like TrackID, track name, and then location. How about a country? And then what we want to capture as well, which is the secret behind all of this, is the latitude and longitude of that track. And longitude. All right, so there we are. And we can keep adding. That's a cool thing about Excel, right? Is we can just keep adding things as we go along. It doesn't have to be set in stone immediately like it is in SQL Server or any other database. Even though you can add or remove columns as you need to, while you're conceptualizing data, for me, especially if I'm creating my own data, it's much easier for me to just do this in Excel, so I don't have to keep adding columns or altering columns, whatever that is. All right, so let's put this over here on the left. How is it that oh, there we go. That's good. And we have it on the right. All right, so track ID, let's call, ooh. So these two, I believe, are the same track. So let's call this one 1 and call this, ooh, this is gonna be a challenging one. We'll call this one Sagir, and then we'll call the country Bahrain. But I am fairly certain that they're the same thing, right? Let's see. Let's look at the secure information. Yeah, because this is just testing. And where's the country? Bahrain International Circuit. Yes. So let's call it Bahrain International Circuit. Okay. This can be the official one. Did I hit something wrong? No, it's just trying to copy like with all these fancy formatting things. And I don't want that, so I'm gonna hit Alt Control B. I think is how you do it. No, or maybe I can just paste it right here. There we go. Yeah. All right. So let's extend that. The country's Bahrain, and then we'll keep the latitude and longitude ingestion for the end, or the gathering of that, just because I want to be able to quickly move through these. All right. So track 2, let's call it Saudi Arabia. Or let's do country is Saudi Arabia. Track 3 is Australia. And the reality is they don't have to be in any particular order. That's going to be driven by our event table or by our race day table if we end up making one. The track ID is a simple identifier. It's arbitrary. It's what we call a surrogate key, meaning it has nothing to do with the data around it itself. It's just a simple number that's auto incrementing. In Oracle, that would just be an auto increment number. In SQL Server, it's an identity. But here, we're just adding this number just to have a different number per track. All right, so Australia, Azerbaijan, United States. Ooh, so this is going to be interesting, right? Because there's actually 2 in the US, 3 in 2024, right? So that's going to be pretty interesting. So the country is going to be the same, and this is going to allow us to pick one country and see all the different events within that country, which is cool. But we need to have the track plus the country be kind of a unique identifier, and sometimes that doesn't even work. Because there's 2 events in Bahrain. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Let's find out how it goes. All right, United States. Let's call these just some simple name for now, so I don't forget where I am. We'll call this one Saudi. We'll call this one Melbourne. We'll call this one Baku for now. United States is Miami. This was Emilia Romagna. All right, Emilia Romagna in Italy. Italy has 2 tracks as well, right? Or at least in the F1 calendar, it has a whole bunch of tracks. 7. We'll call this one just Monaco. And Monaco. 8 is Spain. We can call this one Barcelona. And Spain. 9, Montreal and Canada. And we can call, after Canada, Austria. Oh, we can call this one Red Bull Ring for now in Austria. 11 is Silverstone in Great Britain. Hungary. in, oh no, this one's just called Hungaroring. Hungaroring in Hungary. Oh, that's not how you spell Hungary. All right, 13. Man, there's a lot. Belgium. Spa at Belgium. Where are the rest of the tracks? Oh, Netherlands. Okay, they're making like a huge deal about the very next event. That's pretty cool. So we'll call this Zandvoort in Netherlands. 14 is Monza in Italy. What is my browser yelling about? Nothing. Okay. 15 is Singapore. 16, hopefully I didn't miss any numbers, but if I did, doesn't really matter too much. Suzuka in Japan. 17, Qatar. 18 is another United States. This is Austin or CODA, Circuit of the Americas in United States. 19 is Mexico. Is it in Mexico City? I want to say it's in Mexico City. Mexico City, yeah, okay. All right, 20 is Brazil. This is Interlagos in Brazil. 21. Anything? Is it just not scrolling? Yeah, it's just delayed. But this is Vegas? Oh, Vegas is this year too? Wow. That's okay, so there are 3 this year. I thought it was next year. But it is, oh man, yeah, I thought it was next year, last year. So technically it is next year, or last year's next year. Actually, this is UAE. United Arab Emirates. All right, I think we got them all. So let's see if we can find anything good. Oh man, like super horrible. I look like I'm part of the background. It's kind of weird. Okay, so we are going to have latitude and longitude. Okay, let's go get those. Or should we get the events first? Which one to get? Let's go get the latitude and longitude. I know we still have to get team HQ data, so we have plenty to do, but latitude and longitude are probably going to be the next easiest thing to get. All right, so I was testing big maps out a little bit. I don't know what that is. Okay, I was testing big maps out a little bit just to make sure I could get the right coordinates and put those into Power BI. So big maps is the way I have to go for this. I'm not an enormous fan of big maps, but I will use it if I need to. Okay, so let's start with Bahrain International Circuit. Okay, so all I need to do is locate it within Bing Maps. And once I do, I simply right click here. There's too much stuff open, isn't there? Or this is just too small. Okay, I simply right click on this dot and the coordinates will show up. I guess I have to kind of move it a little bit so we can see. The coordinates will show up down here and you just hit copy. And then you could just paste it right here. Now what I want to make sure I do is copy it but in an unformatted way. I'm just going to copy the raw numbers. There we go. Okay, now we have our coordinates. And I wonder if like the address information or like view in Bing Maps is available on the official website. Looks like that's a no. Yeah, I would assume they have like location data. Jeddah coordination circuit. Okay. Let's call it Jeddah. Actually, let's call it the official name, or niche circuit. Okay, and let's go back to Bing Maps and see if we can find it. Oh, that's why I'm hitting like the wrong button on my keyboard. There we go. Jeddah or niche circuit. There it is. Right on the coast, and we're gonna copy that as well. Nope, see, that's what happens when you copy it and paste it without going actually into the text box. So there we go. Okay, now we get that. I don't want to enable the detection MAC. Ask again. Not now. Okay. Melbourne. See if we can speed things up a bit here. Circuit. No, I'm gonna have to search for their official names. It seems maybe like Melbourne GP circuit or something. Find out if this ever loads. Okay, here we go. Albert Park circuit. That's what. Nope, I don't want to sign into Cortana. Thank you. There we go. All right. Albert Park circuit. Cool. Albert Park. Okay. Right here, and then we right click and got it. Nope, I did not get it. Copy. There we go. All right. So now nope, I don't need any sort of formula, thanks. Nope, don't need any formulas. Excel thinks I'm trying to write a formula with like -37 or something like that, and it's really not the case, so I'm just trying to hit escape here. There we go. And can I paste? Nope, I sure can't. Let's try that again. Oh, I have to do the little like single quote so that Excel doesn't think I'm trying to do a formula. There we go. All right. And there's a space right before where I want to type, so I'll remove that space first. Man, I gotta fix that lighting. Let's see. Looks horrible. Let's pop over to Luna and see what she's up to real quick so that I can fix my lighting. There we go. Maybe if I turn off my light, make it warm. Oh, and it looks like I used her name, so she's coming out looking for food. All right, let's see. Do I look quick? No, I still look terrible. Maybe it's the light. Let's see if we can fix the light really quick. Nope, that's actually not horrible. Not great, but it's not horrible. Man, what if I just turn everything off? Nope, still horrible. Sure. I guess it's a little better. I don't know. All right, so let's keep going here. gather some more data. Okay, we have -37 and 144. Okay, I don't need those anymore. Let's go to Baku. And I just type it in. Baku circuit. Baku city circuit. There we go. Okay. City circuit. And I can copy the coordinates. And oh man, it's gonna make me. This is why I hate copying stuff from Excel or into Excel. It's Excel trying to be like smart. And look what I did. I gave you a link. Aren't you happy? No, I'm not. Miami F1 circuit. Miami International Autodrome. Okay. We'll copy the name and we'll also copy the coordinates. 2 for 1 here. Nope, I do not want to do it that way. There we go. What's next? Emilia Romagna circuit. Oh, Imola circuit. Okay, I think I could just type everything and then circuit, and it'll give me what I need. So I'll just keep doing that from now on. So we'll call this Imola. Oh no, we'll call it the real name. There we go. All right, and copy this over here. I want to say I can just make like an auto function that does this, but then I'll just probably waste more time to do it. But normally so a couple things. First of all, if this was anything more than like 50 records, I wouldn't be doing this way. I'd be doing this through like an API of anyone who has track data, or maybe writing a Python script that goes in and scrapes the data I need to. Since this is, again, only 22 records, I just didn't feel the need to. But normally when I'm working with data that I need to ingest, I use way more automated methods than this. This is just the easiest way I found to do it for now. It's not the quickest, but it is the easiest for now. All right, so let's move on to Monaco. Yeah, okay, circuit it is. And the coordinates are whatever that says. Nope, don't do that. There we go. I copied that to the wrong place, so I will move it. There we go. All right, Barcelona circuit. Nope, I don't want to. Nope. There we go. Barcelona circuit. And there we go. All right, find the coordinates, grab that. Put it over here, and then grab the real numbers and move them over. Montreal circuit. I just have to watch out and make sure I pick the right ones, right? Because a city might have more than one circuit in it. Technically, if I wanted to, I could do something like city as well, but I can add that as an extension later on if I not only want to pick the country but also the city in like a filter in my report, and I'll just add the city attribute. But for now, I don't need to. Maybe later on. I have a feeling I don't have the right place. There we go. Okay. Not that it'll make a huge difference when you enter coordinates like this into PowerBI or really any other geospace type app. A couple portions of a degree won't really hurt. So I'm fairly safe. Okay. And what's next? Red Bull Ring. Probably the only one that I actually got right. I feel like it's like glitching out on me. This is the same coordinates from Canada. I have to refresh the page. I think it like glitched out a bit. Okay. There we go. I was gonna say there. I know from Canada to Austria, it's pretty big difference. So there's no way it's the same coordinates. Okay. And Silverstone. Yeah, we'll just call it Silverstone. I'm not gonna use all the. That's like the only circuit I think here on Bing that has the country, and I don't really need that. We'll just call it Silverstone Circuit. Bahrain. I haven't raced here in sim racing. Because usually I'll do like a sim racing stream instead of a data one. This is the first time in a while that I've been doing that I've done a data related video, and it's the first time that I'm doing a data related video live. So thanks for joining. But yeah, usually I'll do some sim racing videos instead, and I haven't raced at Hungaroring for quite a while. It's not a track that's in a game that I like. I usually race in called Automobilista 2. That's the one I've been using a lot lately, and that track's not there. Neither is Zandvoort, which I really enjoyed. Those two are on another game called ACC, or Assetto Corsa Competizione, and they're two of my favorite tracks, but I can't race them in Automobilista, so hopefully they'll get them soon, but otherwise I'll just go back to ACC for a little bit and race them there. Alright, and Spa. I have no idea how to spell this. Did I miss an R? Yeah, I missed an R. Oh, there we go. God, this formatting thing. And then right click, copy the coordinates, and paste them. This is a tedious process, but it helps me get familiar with the locations as well. I'm learning things like the real names of tracks, which I barely knew. Wow, Zandvoort. Okay, Zandvoort GP circuit. I will take that as a good name. Thank you. And let's get the, nope, it has it. Oh, Bing Maps, you're so adorable. It has it as a gym. And that just doesn't really look like the circuit itself. That's those are weird pictures for a Formula One circuit. I'll go over here and say this is probably the better one, unless like everyone decided to call their Airbnb Zandvoort circuit. That seems kind of odd. Is there any way I can look at like satellite maps instead? This doesn't really seem. It seems like Zandvoort is right here, but Zandvoort's like not a hotel. We'll use this location, the casino or the spot, because I'm pretty sure I've seen like Ferris wheels and stuff when looking at it. So, but that's very sneaky of people trying to use their own location for the Zandvoort location. Again, at the scope of things that we're looking at, like high level, country to country, it really doesn't matter how far away. Like if it's within a kilometer or so, it doesn't really matter. All right, one's up. Monza circuit. Circuit. Oh, there it is. Autodromo Nazionale Monza. All right. And right click and copy. Oh, don't paste like that. You'd think after doing, what, 14 of them already, I'd know better, but it looks like I just don't know better. I keep pasting them incorrectly. Singapore circuit. Singapore circuit. Singapore Grand Prix. Yeah. Let's use that one. But that's obviously not the correct name for it. But it did give me the coordinates I needed, so I'm okay with that. Copy and paste. And copy and paste. Alright, Suzuka. There we go. It's Singapore's the only one that does. I don't have an official name for it, I think, so I have to go back on the website and get it. But first, let's focus on the coordinates. That, paste it, copy it, and paste it. Qatar. That's not how you do that. Scale. Alright, and now we can paste them here. Grab this guy. We are almost done. Look at that. It only took 39 minutes for me to get a tangible data set. Austin. We'll just call this Coda. There we go. Okay. Circuit of the Americas. And right click and copy. Copy here, copy. Mexico City. But I want the circuit. Let's call it. I think it's called Autodromo as well. Yep, Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Copy that. No. Oh, I'm copying it over here. Okay, I forgot to copy the actual name. There we go. Oh God, this. Okay, let's delete this one and paste it. There. Still did it. Here and paste. There we go. Interlagos. Circuit. No. GP. Formula 1. It's in Sao Paulo, yes, I know, but that's not where it is. That's definitely not it. Okay, let's see if we can go on the website and find a better name for it. Google. Okay. There we go. Autodromo. De Carlos. That one. Oh, that's not how you do that. There we go. And let's grab the same name and search for that instead. Yes, there it is. Okay. Oh, that's way too far out. Oh, it was close. It was close, but not where we needed it. Okay. I don't want any sort of formula. Thank you. Nope, I don't want a formula. Oh, this whole thing. Copy that again, because it looks like it killed something here. There we go. Okay. Copy and copy this one and paste. All right, Vegas. Almost done. Vegas circuit. Formula One. Las Vegas Street Circuit. Horse racing track. I guess if you count Ferraris, I guess you are horse racing, but I don't think this one's the one we're looking for. Let's see if we can find any information on Formula One's website for it. Vegas, Vegas, Vegas. Japan, Mexico, United States, Lenovo. That's... This is Circuit of the Americas, so I'm looking at the wrong one. Could have sworn. Is Vegas before? This is Netherlands, Italy, or... Okay, I could have sworn I saw Vegas, but I guess not. Let's just leave that one without any location information and just move on to... Oh no, there it is. Wow, I am... That was apparently very difficult for me to see. Okay, let's call it Las Vegas Grand Prix and see if we get any hits on Bing. No. Copy. I wanted to copy. And paste. There we go. Yeah, I figured. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and we'll just look for like downtown Las Vegas. I guess Las Vegas is a downtown. I don't know. Is that even a thing? Downtown Las Vegas? It's totally not. No, I guess it is. Okay. We'll just use the central location for downtown Las Vegas. And I assume it's somewhere. I guess it's close enough. If that is the location, then we'll update it later, but we don't need to right now. Alright, so here and here. And Abu Dhabi. Yas Marina is the, there it is, Yas Marina Circuit. No, there we go. And the coordinates, there they are. All right, last one. Okay, so now we have a completed record set or data set of all of the different tracks on the calendar. By chance, we actually have them ordered by date, but normally I would spool up another data set that has like the event in order. The event start date, the event end date, and the track ID. that's the cool thing about the event, is that you can say what track the event was on. So let me actually quickly do that, which shouldn't be very difficult or time consuming. I'll do that right now. So it's event ID, track ID, and then start date. So event ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we can just keep going here using Excel's handy dandy function. So we'll call it, both of the first events happen, the first two events happen at track 1, I believe, because it's testing. Let's see, testing. Yeah, this is testing and round 1. Technically, if I wanted to, I could have like a round column. So I'll call it F1 round. We'll call this one 0. And then 1, 2, 3. We can have all sorts of identifiers depending on how we want to use them. And then here it would be 1, track 2 is event 3. Yes. And then we can just copy everything here. So 3 through 23, we'll copy them here. And none of this happens. So track 22, there are 22 unique tracks, there's 23 unique events, and 22 rounds. So now we have a full event data set. Actually, looks like we can do the start date as well using this calendar that we have here. All right, so I'm gonna do US based dates just because my Excel is in US, but I'm gonna have 02, for example, 02 23 2023. For anyone else, it would just say 23 2 2023. 03 2023. 03 17 2023. 03 31 2023. 04 28 2023. 05, I'm still in Italy. Did I do something wrong? Yeah, I totally did. Australia. Yeah, I moved everything down. 3. March 17th was... Did I completely forget Bahrain? Yeah, I totally did, didn't I? Alright, let's try that again. I didn't forget Bahrain as a circuit, but I did forget it as an event. Okay, hold on. I have testing, which was on February 23rd. The track, or the race, which is on 3-3, and that's still track 1. Both of these are on track 1. Track 2. Track 2 is Saudi Arabia. Okay, no, I'm doing okay. Track 5 is Miami, and track 5 is May 5th. Yeah, 05 2023. There we go. Okay, I think I'm okay then. Track 4 is Albert Park. That happened on the 31st. What did I do? Bahrain. Where did I get lost here? You know what I can do is just create like a quick relationship column here, like an artificial one, just so I know where I am, because I seem to be a bit lost. So let's try that again here. This is Bahrain as well. Oh, okay. It decided not to let me do anything. There we go. Bahrain, and then from Bahrain, we can take everything and go down. So we are missing event 24, it looks like, which is okay, I guess. We'll fix it in a bit. Okay, does that help? Italy. Azerbaijan is on the 28th. United States is on the 5th. Okay, I'm doing okay. Australia was on 331. Yes, it was. Okay, let's keep going. What is this? May 19th, so 5/19, 2023. No. Oh, yes. Monaco. Monaco is on 5/26, 2023. I keep looking over here, and I need to not do that. Because I'm looking over here, I'm getting confused as to which one I'm working on. So let me just scroll over so I can avoid that entirely. Okay, Spain. Spain is 06/02, 2023. Canada, June 16th, so 6/16, 2023. Austria, 6/30, 2023. July, Silverstone. Yeah, Silverstone is July 7th, 2023. Hungary. (7/21, 2023). Belgium is 7/28, 2023. Netherlands is August 25th, so 8/25, 2023. Not 2025, that's in the future. Okay, and then Italy is 09/01, 2023. Singapore 09/15, 2023. Japan 09/2, 2023. Qatar is 10/6, 10/6, 2023. US is 10/20, 2023. October 27th for Mexico. Brazil is November 3rd, 11/3, 2023. US is 11/16, 2023, and UAE is 11/24, 2023. Wow, 1 week to get from Vegas to Abu Dhabi. That is pretty bananas. Okay, so there should be a ID 20, track ID 22. I feel like I'm missing one somehow. Round 23. Vegas is 21. See, all these tracks are incorrect. Saudi Arabia is track 2. Australia is track 3. Azerbaijan is track 4. Miami is track 5, 6. Italy 7. Monaco 8. Spain 9 is Canada. 10 is Austria. Great Britain, Hungary. Hungary is 12. Yep. 13 is Belgium. 14 is Zandvoort. 15 is Italy. 15 is Singapore. Ah, 2 14s here. Wow, look at that. Let's do 15, 16, and then we should be able to auto complete these. There we go. Something didn't look right, and that's what it was. 23, 4. Okay, there we go. Round 23, track 23. Good. Okay, now we can put this on a separate page, because this will be a separate CSV when I import it. Okay, so this is tracks, or yep, this is tracks, and this is events. That's not how you spell events. Events. All right, so let's import this into SQL Server, because we've spent enough time building data sets. We should go ahead and just save some instead, and getting them in. All right, so we should be able to do that in our documents, datasets. Datasets, Formula 1 and tracks, track info, and then I like to write a timestamp or a date timestamp just so I know what I'm dealing with or when I built a dataset. And then we're gonna save them again, but we're gonna export them as CSVs instead. And you can only export one page in Excel to a CSV at a time, so we're gonna save it twice as two different CSVs. File, save a copy, and then we will save this as a CSV. I like to use the comma delimited one. There's like 3 different CSVs. I like to use the CSV comma delimited instead. And we'll call it the same thing. Yes, so this is just telling me it's only going to save this current one, which is good. That's what we want. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for events. Event info and save, and we should be good. Now we're gonna hop over to PowerShell ISE and import them from there. Technically speaking, we could just import them one at a time, but it's a lot easier since I have 2 files. I can just use PowerShell to do so instead. Okay, and I already have a script up that I used for last episode, so I'm just going to kind of copy that. And I'll go all the way to the end, create a couple new lines here. Okay, so I want any document wherever I saved to, and I don't remember where I saved to. I know it's in datasets, but I don't know exactly where. So we'll go to datasets, so we'll go to Formula 1, and we'll look for track info. So here's the actual location. I had everything except Formula 1, and we need track info as well. Track info. Where are you, track info? There we go. I just like to grab the name from here. And then the same, everything else is pretty much the same except the destination you choose will be different. So I'm gonna, the destination is the SQL Server that's on this box, and the database is Formula 1. Database is Formula 1. I want to say that database already exists. Let's find out. Yes, Formula 1 already exists, and then we'll auto create the table. We'll call the table F1 track locations, and then auto create it. So I'm hoping, oh, okay, sorry. So I'm actually not going to import this way. What I'm going to do is put these 2 in a folder, and I'll call this folder like track location data, and stuff those 2 files in there. I'll explain why in just a second. I'll stuff that one in there, and then event info, I'll stuff that one in there as well. Okay, so the reason that I'm going to put them in a folder first is because the functionality that we're using from DBATools, thank you DBATools for making my life way easier. The functionality that we're using from DBATools actually uses something called getChildItem. Now getChildItem, what it does is it goes through a folder that you designate, and it imports everything in that folder. So that's what I want to do. So I want to import both files in that folder, or if there were 100 files, I would import 100 files from that folder. So that's why I didn't specify the CSV name exactly or explicitly, is because I just want everything in that folder. If you wanted to, you could just import the file name or that specific file. You just have to change the command a little bit, and and it lets you do so. But for me, I'm just going to make every file that I find in this folder, I'm going to make it a table. All right, so let's do that. And here I'm going to just highlight it, and then I'm just going to say run selection. So it only runs that selection and not anything else. And let's see if it works. I have them open. No, I don't have them open. Or maybe I do. We'll see. Does it error out? Did it give us any issues? Don't know. It's like making me wait in suspense. What is it doing? I know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, that's 24 rows. Usually it's like super quick, so I'm not really sure why it's taking so long. Is it because I indicated the table? Yeah. Okay. So the file is event info. I think I should not specify the table, and that way it'll auto create them. So let's try that again. I think that's probably what was keeping me waiting. It is like it was a bit confused as to how I was going to import this data. I specified a table name, which is usually only done when there's like one file. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this table or drop it. And then let's see if we can do that again. See if this time it just auto creates the table with whatever name it feels like. And then we can just change it afterward. It's just SQL Server is really, really slow. I always try to like close everything I can in SQL Server, just so we understand what we're working with. I have a box, like my SQL Server box or my SQL Server is just one of these micro PC machines that you can get on like Amazon or Whoop. This is the second one, which I intend to use just as a SQL Server, just so that I can run my PowerBI stuff and Management Studio on there instead, and maybe even actually connect to SQL Server through like Azure Data Studio on my Mac, so I don't always have to use SQL Server. That would be, I'm setting that up pretty soon. But until then, my computer is just super slow because it's doing all these things, especially running SQL Server. Running SQL Server is very, very resource intensive. So much so that it's taking a long time to drop a table. What is going on? All right, I'm just gonna let it do its thing. And while that's happening, let's go review our list. Okay, we created Excel dataset for tracks. We have not done the team HQs, but we are importing everything right now. So hopefully that'll be done soon. Okay, something happened that's weird here. Let's check. Do I have SP who is active on this server? I have DBATools. I have procedures. See if I have SP who is active. Man, the server is just completely slow. It's just competing with so many different resources, including like things like PowerBI. So it's just gonna take me a little while to get all this. Still not done. Okay, let's call the file something else so that it doesn't conflict. I think it's, oh no, we're okay. We can just import because it's gonna name them after the files. Let's try it out. Let's see if that works. Or if I'm lying. I don't think I'm lying. Let's see. Should be okay. That was a lot quicker. It wasn't battling with like file names or anything like that. Now we should have two brand new tables, and I'll just let that delete do its thing. I don't really care about it. I don't need anything from it. I don't need anything after. Oh, DBATools is not where we want to go. I want to go to F1 data. Okay, here, just refresh this. That's all we want to do. Wow, that's really, really slow. Maybe if I close Excel. things will be a little bit faster. No, no faster at all. Normally, things run along a lot quicker, but I think we have a lot of stuff running. So let's see what we can close here. Yeah, the PC is just running along at a snail's pace, it seems. So we'll just wait for it to do its thing. Microsoft Edge, of course it's Microsoft Edge. Running about 3 billion gigs of RAM that it's using. Look at my CPU go. What's Excel? That was the one. Even though I closed it, or I guess it was just like closing everything up. What's more? Yeah, PowerBI. Between PowerBI, and SQL Server. I mean, SQL Server is actually doing really, really well. Oh no, that's SSMS. There it is. SQL Server is actually doing really, really well. PowerBI right now is just the hog. Right now, it's using up so much of my memory. And this PC, it's not meant to have a lot. So, if you're doing this at home, just be cognizant of the fact that PowerBI just consumes so much resources, and maybe you might want to close it while you're doing this if you have a machine that's as, simple as mine. If you have a robust machine, then go to town. My sim racing rig, I would do this all day on my sim racing rig, but definitely not here. Okay. I think it's done dropping that table, which is good, and it's showing me the different tables I have. So let's just refresh this. Maybe it's okay. That was pretty quick. That's good. Okay, so here's track info and event info. Let's keep those two together. So we'll say locations, location data underscore event info. I don't really like using underscores too much, but I'll. No, I don't continue. I just want to keep these two tables together. So we'll call this location info events. No underscore needed, I think. I just use Pascal case or normal case and usually does the trick. Is it really going to take that long to rename something? Oh man. Location info tracks. Okay, so at least they're together now. When I refresh this, I should see them both. Location info tracks and location info events. We're just gonna do a quick top 1000 here of events and also of tracks, and just make sure that everything came in correctly. View them side by side. I just like to right click here on the top bar and view vertical or new vertical tab, and now we should have everything. Okay, so here we go. Look at that. Everything came through. The dates all look good. The IDs look good. I got an extra column here, column 5. It looks like that it was trying to force upon me. It must have been because I was copying the latitude and longitude from the internet over to that column, so it must have thought that it was a real column, but it's not. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna alter table, this table here, and we're gonna drop column 5. There we go. Okay, I could have also just done that by right clicking on the columns and just deleting the column there, but I was in the UI, so I feel like the UI is what's making everything take so long. So I'm gonna try to do as much as I can just in SQL Server instead, or in the editor. All right, and I hit Control Shift R as well to refresh IntelliSense, so that those squiggly lines would go away. I knew the table existed, and now the squiggly line's back for column 5 because it doesn't exist. So we're just gonna remove that from our script, and okay, now we have all the tracks, and we have the latitude and longitude, and we also have our start date and dates or just our start dates. And look, the country didn't seem to come through. Must have been because I didn't label it, but we can fix that pretty quick. So what we're gonna do is go to the events. We're gonna go to the columns. We're gonna double click on this, or just click on it, and then you can hit F2, or you can just click on it twice, but not double click, and it'll rename it just like any other Microsoft product. All right, we're gonna call this country. That's what we wanted to call it. And yes, I wanna rename it to country. All right, and then we'll change this to country. It's gonna yell at us for a second because it doesn't think it exists. There we go, and then we hit Control-Shift-R again, and it should be back. Okay. All right, so now we have our data, and as a quick practice, what I'm going to do is use this TrackID, which belongs to this guy over here, to see if I can get the latitude and longitude for each track, right? So all I'll do is I'll do a left join over to this table, and I'll call it as LIT. I like to use the first letter of each word as my alias, but you can call them A, B, C, whatever really you want. It doesn't matter. LIE, this one. You could also just call it events or tracks or E or T, but I like to use first letter of each word as mine. Does it not? Okay. Normally I would use Alt and highlight these so I don't have to do this. Let me see if I can get it to. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, the Alt key on my machine is different because I'm remoted in from my Mac. So I hit Alt and then I highlight, and then I can type it out all at once instead of having to cut and paste. All right, so our on clause is going to be LIE dot TrackID equals LIT dot TrackID. I didn't want to autocomplete. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we get our, oh, not mine, it's equals. So now we get a join. We have a solid join, and what I'm going to do, when I'm discovering data sets, I like to pull one column that I know is going to be the same first before I do anything else. So like country is the same between the two. So technically speaking, if the country that I pull in from this track and the country that I have already in the events table are the same, I know I got it right. Let's try that out. Let's say lit.country. And let me go ahead and put these brackets. I am not a stickler for brackets or no brackets. I'm not a stickler for leading commas or trailing commas. What I am a stickler for is consistency. If you did it one way in the top part of the script, I want to see the same way in the bottom of the script or throughout the script. I'm not even a stickler for it in different scripts. Like if you one day feel like using brackets and one day you don't, that's okay with me. There are plenty of tools out there, including Redgate SQL Compare, that will automatically remove or add brackets to each object. So I really don't care. What I do care about is consistency. I want to see the same thing. So if you're using trailing commas, use trailing commas everywhere in that script. If you're using leading commas, use leading commas in that script. Really, you can do whatever you want. It's just for me and my team, when I'm in my professional capacity, I like to see consistency. Technically speaking, if you wanted to, you could just go ahead and write the entire SQL statement in one line, and as long as it works, it works. But I just don't want to see it. So let's see if that worked. Okay, so we can see this is a solid join because this value is exactly the same. Even though it's coming from two different tables, the value is exactly the same. That's exactly what you're looking for. So now I feel confident that I can add latitude and longitude. Oh, look at latitude. It has a trailing space there. That's not good, is it? Let's change that. delete that space. Yes, I want to rename it. Okay, now I should be able to still pull this and Control-Shift-R. Okay, now I'm gonna get the latitude and longitude, and I'm gonna get those both from LIT. There we go. All right, so now I have the latitude and longitude. So this could be a view. This is technically a view, right? What I want to categorize is events and the tracks about those events, right? Because we're trying to get track information on a map. So what I'm more curious about are journeys from one place to the other. So Bahrain to Bahrain, Bahrain to Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia to Australia, Australia to Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan to US, etc. And then when you integrate the teams, it's actually like Team HQ here to Bahrain, Bahrain to Team HQ, Team HQ to Bahrain again, Bahrain to Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia to Australia, and then if there's a gap or a break, then they go back to the Team HQ. So building out that journey table is pretty complex, and it's something that you kind of have to do manually, because only you can really tell when they're taking a break. Technically you can do it systematically, but it's too much of a pain for what we're going to do. So all right, let's try to see if we can get some of this data into Power BI. And so we're going to build views for both tracks and events separately, and then also this view I have here that's together. So we're going to say create view, VW, forgot my brackets. This is just not, it just froze up on me. Hopefully my connection didn't die. That may be what happened. That would not be good. Let's find out. Like it's okay. Yeah, it's my connection. Okay, let's try to reconnect. See if that works. Nope. Nope. It's my connection telling me that shouldn't be working, I guess. Well, that's not great. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Shrink this guy quite a bit here. It's just not happy. Applications, no. You connect. Can you please connect? Oh, here it comes. There we go. If I can make it. Okay, there we go. It's back. Just decided it wanted a break, I guess. That's cool. Okay, cool. All right, so we're creating the view. It's called location info tracks. And then we'll say as, and then I like to do a little bit of a note to self of what I did. You do not have to do this, of course, but I like to, so that I can talk to future self and tell myself what I did and why I did it. This was for Data Discoveries, episode 4. And F1 journey data. And a quick description, if I knew how to spell description, is returns F1 track location data. Okay, let's make this a little bit fancier by adding a little garden here. Copy that and write it here. Okay, let's create this view. And the view is created. I'm in the Formula 1 database, which was good. Usually I checked that beforehand, but I didn't this time. And we're just gonna copy and paste the same thing. This one, event data for 2023 calendar. Let's do, no, does it have to be? I guess it would have to be 2023 because the event ID would, technically it can just reset every time, but we would have to do at least like a calendar year. Let me just quickly add that. Let's quickly add a calendar year. And let's just say alter table this, and then add event calendar year. And that's going to be an int. Technically it could be like a small int because it's a very small number. By the time we get to years where we need int, I'll be long gone. So will like my grandkids, so it really doesn't matter, but I'll just use int just to keep things simple. Okay, so we added a calendar year, and now we're gonna add it as a column. Event calendar year. See if it comes back. Should be null. Okay, so now we're just gonna populate it. Update this table, and we're gonna say set event calendar. Let me Control Shift R there. Calendar year equals 2023. Let's just be a little fancy and say where event calendar year equals, there is no. The reality is they're all null, so it's going to update everything anyway, but I like to play it safe and just know I'm updating only the records that I want. If I wanted to, I could be even fancier and just do a begin tran, and that way it won't even commit until I verify that my changes are done. So I'll do a commit tran here, but I'll leave it commented out. So I have 24 rows. I want to update 24 rows. So if I hit execute and it says 24 rows, then I know I did it right and I can commit. Otherwise I can roll back. Okay, and then we're going to trap that in our scripts and remove the tran. And just to make sure I don't have any open transactions that could cause issues, I'm going to say dbcc open tran, and this would return any errors if there were a transaction opens, and there are none, so we don't have any transactions open. That's good. Okay, so now we can select this again, and now we have the calendar year 2023, so that's good. Okay, location info events. Let's call this one location info events. Actually, that's not the raw. Isn't the raw table, but it doesn't hurt having the latitude and longitude here. It's just repetitive. But I normally wouldn't deploy the view this way, but for the sake of this report, I think I can. Oh, yeah, these gotta be unique. Which one is not? Country is not unique. Okay, so we can remove country because we were just using it as a checker. I'm okay with removing that one. Okay, so we are done with this one, and let's move over to Power BI and see if we can consume some of that data as well. So in Power BI, you're gonna either hit Get Data and SQL Server. And again, you can do this with the CSVs that we saved already. You can just do that with those instead. If you wanted to just import the CSVs and use them as your data sets, that's cool. I just happen to have the data in SQL Server, so I'm going to use it in SQL Server. the advantage of SQL Server is that if I go and change my data within the server itself and update some records, or even add columns, remove columns, add and remove values, that'll automatically refresh when I hit refresh here. If I do it on a CSV, I'll have to refresh the CSV and make sure everything's configured and all that good stuff. So I want to make sure I can just do it automatically with SQL Server. All right, so Formula 1 database is what I want. I have it in my recent sources since one of my last episodes. I built this, which is the Formula 1. I think it was a Formula 1 track list, if I remember correctly. And of course, it's gonna take 3 years to open. So while that's happening, let me, at 100% CPU, PowerBI is not happy right now. I think I can remove the gateway. Let's try removing the gateway. Okay, I killed the gateway. Okay, I guess. Can I kill the gateway? Yes, I can. Okay, so F1 stats yearly summary was the last one I did. And this just had like yearly stats for different F1 teams, different F1 drivers, and then different years. So that was quite a bit of fun to build. We're gonna build something similar this time. Okay, let's see. Is it bringing in my data? Yeah, it's just taking a while to do it, but it's definitely bringing it in. Okay, so let's talk about our map visual that we're using. The map visual that we're using is called Flow Map. It's a third-party visual, but it's in the PowerBI App Store. So you should be able to do this at home or at work, and it'll work absolutely fine. You don't have to do like anything special to get this to work. You just have to go to the visuals store within the PowerBI app, get it, and then be able to use it. So it should be relatively easy. I'll walk through that process as soon as I get my data in. Okay, so we are getting location info events and location info tracks. I'm going to go ahead and grab both of these data sets so that I don't have to redo the process. I'm just going to go ahead and load them because I know they're exactly what I want. Okay, so import or direct query. As we've discussed before in prior episodes, but I'll reiterate here. If you want to do an import, it's way faster. That's the huge advantage of it. It's way faster. You're not querying the database every time. What Power BI does is takes the data and it'll import it into this PBIX file. A lot of people think it actually imports it into the service. It doesn't do that yet. It'll only do that once you push this file out to the Power BI service. What you're doing here is actually spooling up a instance of SQL Server analysis services that's contained within the Power BI file, and all the data is being sucked into that file. So that's what we're doing. With direct query, the data does not live on the file itself. The data actually lives on your server, and every time you refresh, it goes, queries your server, gets the data it needs, and then shows it in the visuals. This can be advantageous if you're doing like real-time streaming of data, but if you're trying to get dashboards for leadership or dashboards for the public to see, and you want to have a really solid connection, and even if your SQL Server breaks down, you still have your data at least once a day, you definitely want to go with import rather than direct query. Direct query is really cool for things like call centers, things like dashboards where you need the data updated in real time. But for the most part, you're pretty safe with import. So I'm just going to use import, mostly because I don't want Power BI to have a live connection to my server all the time. I can't guarantee that that thing's going to be up. It wasn't even up full time during the last 30 minutes. We saw how it kind of dropped the connection. So I just don't want to risk anything, and I'm going to go ahead and have import be the source. All right, so we're going to apply changes. Actually, Power BI is just going to do that for us. And it shouldn't take too long because it's only like 30 records per table or something like that, 25 we should be pretty quick. In case you're wondering where episode 3 is, because we're on episode 4. In case you're wondering where episode 3 is, episode 3 was a episode which I used to catalog my install of Oracle on Windows. Oracle database is another database management platform that I use or used to use regularly. Now I just use it for fun. That doesn't sound right, but I just use it for fun because I don't need it in my professional capacity. So I was installing Oracle database on Windows, and I just haven't edited that video, to be honest. It was a necessity that I needed to do, so I thought, why not video it, or why not record me doing it? I might do it. There's just so many Oracle install videos out there. I decided to go ahead and skip to episode 4, but I might find myself updating that other one. In the meantime, I've just done a lot of like sim racing stuff because it's a lot funner. All right, so we have our location info, events and tracks. And again, what I like to do is I just like to form up a very, very simple grid and just drop all of my different fields into that grid. So I'm going to do event ID, F1 round, the track ID, country, calendar year, which we really don't need. That can be a slicer, but let's just put it in here anyway. So I'll put it right up the top here. And what else? Start date. Start date's really important. So first things first, I want to make sure that start date is always like a date just like this. Sometimes it tends to not be that, but I want to make sure that it's always a date. So I'm going to click on start date here and go to the column tools, and I'm going to change it from text to date. Yes, I want to do that. If there's an error while you're doing this, you might have to check how you built the data or anything like that. Here, if I wanted to, I'm just going to use the standard US date format, but you can always use different date formats as you see down here: month first, date first, year first, whatever you prefer. All right, so I have the start date here, and I have all my data. That looks good to me for now. Oh, actually, it doesn't look good. I don't want the sum of calendar year like that. I don't need a sum here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna right click, and I'm gonna say don't summarize. This helps so that there's no summarization that really is not needed. I'm not really sure why we decided to, other than the fact that, hey, it's a number, I want to sum it. But that wasn't the case. I didn't want to do that. Okay, so now it's not going to sum it, and now I have everything together. You might notice something very interesting. The event ID is ordered by what seems very strange value. It's not strange at all. It's just Power BI being Power BI, and it's really not a Power BI problem. It's actually a data problem. It would happen, the same thing would actually happen within SQL Server. The thing is, like, when you import from DBATools, just to be safe, DBATools creates the entire table as nvarchars. So let's pop over to SQL Server Management Studio so you can see what I'm on about. See how nvarchar max, nvarchar max, nvarchar max. It would be up to me to change those data types because DBATools just wants to make sure everything makes it in. And the most flexible column you can have, or most flexible data type you can have, is an nvarchar max. So it's up to you to change that before you import it into Power BI. And that's precisely what I'm going to do because I don't want to have to do it within Power BI. I like to make sure that my database tables are exactly how I want them to be, just in case I need to switch from Power BI to Tableau or Power BI to SQL Server Management Studio, or sorry, to Power BI Report Builder, paginated reports, SQL Server reporting services, which is what I meant to say. I want to make sure that that's not a problem. So I'll right click the table and hit design. For track ID, I'm going to make that an integer. For track name, it'll be a varchar. Okay, so here, this data type for track ID, I want it to be an int. Ooh, that's really slow. Oh, no, it's good. Okay. Okay, so that's an integer. The track name, that's an mvarchar. But let's say like maximum 100, or let's be generous and give it 200. Same here. Let's be generous and give it 200, but I don't want to allocate space for max. Max is just super long. Same thing here. I know it's not going to be over 100. And longitude, same thing. I know it's not going to be over 100 characters, and this is just the number of characters right here. Okay, then we save that. Yeah, of course it doesn't let me do that. Okay, so instead of doing it this way, we're just going to do it in SQL in a script. So that's fun because we get to learn how to do it in the script. So we're going to say alter table, this, and then we say alter column track ID int, and do that. Okay, and then alter table, alter column track name is going to be a varchar. What did we say, 400 or something? Technically, if we wanted to like use real names, we would want to do nvarchar because it has a lot more characters available, like characters in different languages. So that would be my recommendation, is whenever you're using names and you want to preserve like the accent or the character of that language, just use nvarchar instead of varchar. So we'll use nvarchar here. The country, that's especially true with the country if you want the native country name. Country won't be any more than 100, but it'll be nice and do 400. All right, and then latitude and longitude. 1, 2, latitude and longitude. And then this will be, let's do 100 because we 400 characters for latitude. Okay, did we get everything? I don't know, but we can go ahead and refresh here. Was that the tracks? Yes. Let's refresh, and we should see the new updated data types right here. All right, and yep, there they are. There they are. Okay, so let's do the same thing for events. Let's say alter table, events, alter column, and then I want to see these columns without scrolling, so I'll just hit this icon right here, hold it, and then drag it down, and now I can see that top portion and the bottom portion at the same time without having to scroll around. That's a huge advantage when you're like dealing with a, I don't know, 5,000 line store procedure. You can just open up 2 different portions of the window at the same time. That's pretty cool. Okay, calendar year is an integer. And let's just keep copying these, and then we'll run them all at the same time. Let's see, event calendar year, event ID is also an integer, F1 round is also an integer, track ID, also an integer. Oh yeah, the country's here. The country's in both tables. Varchar. Nope, that's an nvarchar. We said that before. Nvarchar. Remember, consistency is really all I care about. So nvarchar 400. The start date, that's going to be a date. And not a date time. I could do a date time if I wanted to, but really all I care about for now is the date. I don't need to know how long a race took, or like when in the afternoon they got there, or when in the afternoon the event starts. I just need to know the general date. So here I'm just going to say date, and date SQL Server will store it without the time. So that's why I'm choosing date. All right, and then latitude, longitude. Nope, latitude and longitude are in the other table. They're not in this table, so I actually don't need to format them again. Start date should be the last column I need to format. Let's try it out. Right. And when we open this up, nope, it's the tracks, the events. No. So when we refresh this, there we go. Now we have our data types again. All right, so let me go ahead and refresh this data and see if our changes take. What you'll see is like, sometimes you'll see automated integer indicators here, like this expression. You'll usually see it here when it recognizes it as a new data type. That's a number. We'll see if that actually happens. I hear someone squirming around. There we go. Hi. I think someone wants a treat. Here you go, buddy. Oh, okay. That's a no. Don't want it. Throw it over to you. There you go. Okay. Let's see. Push over to her. There she is. All right. She's funner to watch than I am, so I'll leave her on for a little while. Okay. All right. So we have our dates. It looks like they switched over. So as I was mentioning before, you'll see like numerical indicators or like expression indicators. It looks like it didn't happen for this one though, and that's kind of interesting. If you refresh. Did I change the track ID to an integer? I don't think I did. Track ID int. Yes, I did. Yeah. I don't mind so much. Oh, look, it didn't change the track ID at all here. That's kind of strange, but that's okay. I think we're okay without it. To refresh, and then we'll keep going. Okay, so now the second thing I'm gonna do is just make another table here. And I'll drag all of these in here instead, the track data. So track ID, what was it? Track name, country. Ooh, look at that. That's why we use nvarchars, but we got to change the, even though SQL Server accepted it, or maybe it didn't, we'll find out. Even though SQL Server accepted it, it looks like didn't do too well when displaying here. Okay, let's find out. Did SQL Server accept it? Which one is it? This one? Yeah, it's the select statement here. Let's see what it looks like. No, this may have been a I bet you what it was when I imported it from, when I saved it as a CSV, that's probably when it died on us. So let's track that down. Actually, right here we have our track info and our event info. We're gonna right click on the track info and we're gonna open it using Notepad++. I don't really like to use Excel to open CSVs after I saved them initially. I find Excel has a tendency to completely mess up a CSV when you open it and like save it again. So I just use Excel to export CSVs but never use it to open them. I right click and edit with Notepad++, which is one of many text editors that accepts CSVs. And we can see here, no, I don't want to download a new package. So we can see here, we zoom in a little bit. Monza, where's right here? These characters here, even though it exported them, it looks like SQL Server was the one that messed these up then. Where is, or maybe the import process? Yeah, that's weird. It kept the accents here in the CSV, so let's see if we can just update it. Let's find out. Okay, we want to update it to this value here. And let's see if it fixes it. We're gonna say select, track ID and track name from this, just so we know exactly which one we're going to update. And then we're going to say where track ID equals, where's Mexico? Right here, track ID equals 20. Okay, so we only want to update 20, which means we'll say update from, and then we'll call this one LIT. So update LIT, set LIT dot track name. Oops, someone's up. Switch over here. What's up, bud? What's up? Oh, more treats. That's treat time. It's treat o'clock. Here you go. Apples. Ooh. All right. See you later. If you bring me the thing, like, I can give you more stuff. I guess not. Okay, so let's see if we can update it. Set equals this value here. Will it blend? Let's find out. Okay, so we updated it successfully. Now let's see how it looks. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It must have been DBATools then. I might be able to. I'll give them a shout and I'll let them know that this is happening. They must already know, but just in case, it would probably help their encoding. Maybe it's like a special encoding that you have to put when you're uploading data, but that is something to know, right? If you're uploading mass amounts of data, not like 20 records like I did, be a little careful when you're using DBATools, I guess. Even though I will never stop using it just because it's so quick and it does everything perfectly, as far as I can tell, except for this. Maybe I'm just using it wrong. So, all right, let's go to Monaco and let's do it for Monaco as well. So we'll use the Monaco file. Where is Monaco? Monaco right here. I think that's the only other one that had issues. So we'll try that. We'll just copy that update statement, but instead of 20, we're gonna update 7, track ID 7, and we're gonna update it to this. Okay, one row, that's always good. Oh man, now you're gonna like bother me every 2 seconds. Let's see. I think what you need is you have a treat ball, don't you? Okay, let's go get her treat ball. Quick. Treat ball. Somewhere around here, isn't it? Okay, she's gonna be doing her thing for a little while, so we can watch her eat some apples for a little bit. There we go. Okay, and while that's happening, let's see if our data came back correctly. Yep, there's the Monaco one. I don't think there was any other issue. If we happen to spot one, we'll take care of it. But for now, I think we are okay. All right, let's refresh the track data and just make sure that these came back okay here. takes a while to load this stuff. Yeah, that's a good thing about this machine, and that I have. I already have one. The switch over to me here. I already have one of these. That's actually what is running our demo right now. But having a second one will really help, because the SQL Server one will just get to be a SQL Server, and then the Power BI one will just be a Power BI one. That's going to be a lot easier. Technically, I could just use like a laptop or something, or even a VM. If I'm running a Mac, I could use a VM for it. Man, you're already done? Super. Guess I'm going to be feeding you treats for a little bit. There you go. While we wait. All right. So we have everything fixed. The Monaco one is fixed. The Mexico one is fixed, and that's really good. So we should be okay. Now, let's see. Now, since we have the latitude and longitude information, we can start with our map. So if you look here, you can see like a little ellipse on the far right of all of these visuals. Let's give Luna another treat. Watch her do her thing. Get over to her. There we go. Okay. So this ellipse here and hitting get more visuals will allow you to go to the visual store in Power BI. And what that'll do is just give you access to a bunch of third-party visuals that Microsoft has certified to work directly on Power BI desktop. So that shouldn't be a big issue or anything. You should be able to use these at work, no problem. I know I do, and it hasn't caused any issues so far. You're gonna search for flow map. This is the map that we're gonna be using today. And it's really good because it tracks journeys. So it'll track a journey from one place to the other, and it'll kind of show it, and it'll show it visually, which is pretty cool. I already have the visual, so I'm not going to, but if you, oh, that's not the China one. I'm sure it's really good, but it only works for China, so there's no China Grand Prix this year, so it won't really do us much help. But yes, this one here will help you out quite a bit. So just hit add, and it'll add it to your Power BI desktop. I already have it, so I'm just gonna pull it up. I'm just gonna bring a brand new page, and I'm gonna copy the table that has all the location information. I'm just gonna name this one map. And then I'm gonna shrink it down a little bit, this table here, because I'm just using this for validation purposes. I'm instead gonna grab a map visual. Now, this map visual, flow map anyway, what it does is it requires certain fields to be in a certain way. And you can read all about it in the visual information. I happen to know that it should be okay if I combine my latitude and longitude into one column for each one. So how do I do that? Well, all I have to do is create a new column here or in SQL Server. Technically, I can do it in SQL Server as well. So let's do it here first. And I'll say new column. And I'll call this origin. I'll call this TrackID. Track latitude, longitude. Track latitude, longitude. Oh, maybe I should define it with what the formula actually is. Track latitude, longitude equals, I'm going to concatenate. It doesn't let me concat. Really? I'm not doing anything. There we go. Concat, and we are doing latitude with a comma and then longitude. There we go. Hit that. hit OK. And then we'll just reuse the same exact formula. Actually, let's check the formula first to make sure I didn't do anything dumb. So when we add it here, we can add this. And there we go. Yeah, 26 and 50. Good, good, good. No space between them. That's just how I need it. I'm just going to copy the formula and I'm just going to switch things. No, actually, I don't need to. Not yet, because we haven't done the origin destination thing yet. We haven't done the actual journeys. So I actually am not going to use this map just yet. I will very soon. So let's shrink it back down and let's instead use the standard Power BI map just to make sure that we have everything we need in the datasets. Or in the dataset. Oh, you want stuff. All right, Luna's back. And she wants more trees. Of course she does. All right, filled map? Is that what I want? Is a filled map? I don't think I want a filled map. Just a regular map. Yep, there we go. Okay, and let's see if I can do a location here with the latitude and longitude combined. Does it do anything? And then let's do track name as the tooltip. Oh no, that's terrible, isn't it? No, 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 that's good. That's good. They showed up. All right. Yeah, look at that. Country in the tooltip too. We can see Suzuka there. That's super cool. All right, look at that. There's Albert Park. There is Austin. There's Vegas. There's Montreal. And then lots of them in Europe. That's pretty cool. Okay, cool. It looks like we got the locations correctly. Now, since we have the locations correctly, let's just quickly do some filters around them, right? So we want to do like filter by country, for example. So we'll drag country in and then we'll make it a slicer. And then we will make this like a drop down. So in slicer settings, we'll make it a drop down. And then we'll shrink this down because I don't think there's anything that needs to be that big. Yep, look at that. We'll allow multi-select in the selection and the select all. And then we're going to click these ellipse here and add a search. So you can search for countries as well. And we'll have to like go scrolling around. Okay, so that's one and that's good. And then we can do by track name. If we want to just do it by track name, that's cool too. Copy and paste. We paste these and then we say instead of filtering the country, we want the track name. You can also filter both. So you can filter by country and track name and it'll automatically put the tracks inside the countries for you. So in countries where there's multiple, like US, you'll see all three tracks here. In countries where I think there's one more, right? US and Italy. I think Italy is the other one. It has multiple. There we go. See both of them. So that's one cool trick, but you can filter by just a track name as well if you want. Okay, and then let's make these slightly not pleasing to the eye. So let's give them a little bit of visual upgrade here. And all I'm gonna do is just give this guy a background. As in properties or effects, Power BI changes this like every month. They change it to a brand new, different one. So here. Now let's give this guy one as well. And then the visual border, we'll make it the same color. And then we'll do like 10 pixel rounded corners. So it's at least a little bit round. There we go. And same here. This guy, we want to make it. Is it going to copy that? Copy the formatting and paste it right here. So at least, there we go. They're a little bit rounded. And then the same thing, I want to do a visual border here. Is it in effects? Effects, visual border, turn it on. And then we have 10 pixel rounded corners. And same for you. Visual border, turn it on, set the color, and 10. Okay, so we at least have rounded corners here. It doesn't look horrible. And then we can set some gaps. There we go. The spacing's not terrible. We'll fix it a little bit more a little bit later. Okay, so we're at the point now where we're gonna need to gather our event data or our journey data from place. Remember, the goal here was to get from place to place. How does it look from place to place? And so I think what I have to do is build a new data set that says, here's the original location, and then here's the new location. Original location, new location for every journey that the teams take. So what we're going to do is spool up. I think I'm just going to do this in Excel again. It's the easiest way. I don't have to keep conceptualizing things. I'd rather just do it. What's going on over there? They're like rustling around. Oh, more treats? Where's she biting? Oh, that's not good. What are we doing, Luna? What are we doing? There we go. Okay. She's just chilling. Oh, I think she has the... Yeah, I have no idea. All right. Okay, so we are going to get our map and copy it to the other page. And the cool thing about this is that as I filter things in the grid, it should also filter in the map. So if I pick Bahrain here, I'll see the events that happen in Bahrain, and also the map itself will filter. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and open Excel. There we are. And we'll just call this one journeys. Technically speaking, I could make this data set within PowerBI as well, but it's not really necessary to do. I'd rather do it all in SQL Server so that I can reuse the data sets anytime I want for other purposes, rather than just create a one-off data set in PowerBI. Even though PowerBI allows you to reuse data sets, it's just not as convenient as it is in a central database or a data warehouse, that sort of thing. Okay, so Excel is up. We're going to create a brand new Excel document. Get what she's doing. He thinks there's still treats in there. Dude, I got some more apples for you if you want them. Yeah. Just bring the thing over here and I'll put them for you, but you don't want to do that. Journey. All right, so we'll call this one Journey ID. Make this a little bit bigger. Journey ID. From TrackID to, no, from location ID to location ID. And then that's really all I need. Maybe something like for event ID. I'll call it from event ID to event ID. Maybe that's something we can use later, but really all I care about is the location ID. And why did I say location instead of track? Well, I guess I'll switch back to me because Luna's gone. As I mentioned before, my intent is also to get team HQ locations here as well. So I want to make sure that I create a pretty general column, not just tracks, not just HQs, but something that I can use for everything, technically. Right. So journey ID 1, we'll say from location ID. We have to start with like a central location, don't we? So this one has to be, let's call it from the, technically speaking, that for each individual team, I would say, hey, from the team HQ over to, but where's the FIA HQ? maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe that's what we need to get. FIA. Oh wow, really slow. Nope, it's not typing anything. Oh, hey, you're back. Here's more apples. Here you go, bud. All right. FIA headquarters. Where is it located? Location, location, location. Paris. Cool. Let's see if Bing can find it. Go Bing. I believe in you. Let's see if we use the real name to find a good one. Copy it. We're off to a good start. It didn't even copy it correctly. Okay. Does it find anything? No, it doesn't. Oh, but that's Switzerland. I said Paris, France. I guess it has multiple. Let's use the Swiss one. So you get Paris for not showing up on Bing. You're not going to be represented. Okay, so now we have to add the Paris location to our tracks. Ooh, I should have called this table something like locations instead of tracks. That's what I get. No, we can just quickly create a team-based one, right? So create table, formula, no. Create table DBO dot team HQ locations. Location team HQ. And I'm making a mistake again by calling it team HQ, but really the first record I intend to put in here, it isn't even a team, it's just the FIA. So we'll call it location ID. Maybe call it team location ID. And again, it's not good practice there, but we'll do it. Country, sure. We'll call it team location name, and then latitude and longitude. Latitude, longitude. Okay. So the location ID is an integer. The location name, we'll say it's an nvarchar 400. The country is nvarchar 100, I believe. Latitude is, I think nvarchar 100 is sufficient for that as well. It's more than sufficient. And same thing for longitude. Okay, I think I have what I need to for the base data anyway, and I'll just keep adding columns as I need to. So here, we're going to insert into location team HQ, and let's see if we can steal the select script. Actually, if I go to location team HQ and drag the columns folder somewhere in here, it usually, yeah, there they are. It automatically populates them. And then I'll say values. And the first one is location ID 1, maybe 0. 0 is a good one to use because FIA is not really a team. So that's not bad to put. Okay, team location name. This is FIA HQ. The country will put Belgium. No, Switzerland. Because that's the one we found. And then the latitude. latitude we got on ping, right? Yep, here it is. Copy. And we'll paste it down here first. There we go. Copy and paste, and then paste this one as well. Okay. There we go. So now we have one record in there, and let's add it to Power BI as well. While that's happening, we're going to create our journeys. So the first journey will be from HQ to the first track, which is Bahrain. And location team HQ, load, and let's go back to, oh, yep, we want it as an import. Okay, so now we're creating a table called journeys. And to do that, I want to just quickly take a look at this data again. The round, or the event, really represents the journey. The journey is, again, from one place to the other. So what I want to do is create a table called journeys. Oh, I was doing that in Excel, wasn't I? So let's do that there. Journey ID 1 is from location ID 0 to location ID 1. And then there's a location type. I need to do location type here, because sometimes we'll be referring to tracks, sometimes we'll be referring to team HQs. And I'm kind of wondering if we should just use the track table for everything, right? Like, because it'll be just a locations table. We'll see about that. That might not be a bad idea, actually. Okay, so location type is, we'll say HQ. We'll say team HQ. From event -1, because it's really nothing, and -1 will still order by correctly when we choose to. So event ID 1 is the to event ID. Okay, so everyone's coming, for now as a placeholder, everyone's coming from team HQ, or from the FIA HQ to Bahrain for the first event, and from no event at all to Bahrain. I could also just leave this null, but just in case, I want to make sure it's classified as an event. Okay, and then journey ID 2 would be from location 1 to location 2. Technically speaking, they're not traveling anywhere for event 1, unless we say, you know what, these are so far apart, testing and the first race, that we want to do something to signify the fact that they're going back home. But really, I mean, they're only a couple days, 10 days or something like that, and a little bit more than 10 days. So I don't want to, I'm just going to go ahead and say they didn't travel for Bahrain. They just stayed there for an extra week. All right, so next is Saudi Arabia. So we're going to say from location 1 to location 2, from location 2 to location 3, etc., etc. So this is going to be equals this plus 1, and this is going to be equals this plus 1. So I'm just going to drag this all the way down, and let's see if it does it. Seems a little recursive, but confident it'll do it right. Yeah, look at that. Cool. No, it did something weird, didn't it? 15. No, that's just how numbers work. That doesn't seem right. 11. Yeah, there's 23. From 22 to 23 is what we want. This is the last journey we want to catalog. So from 22 to 23, and then we can delete everything else except for from 23 to 0 again, right? Because everyone's going back home. So from location ID 23, which is track ID 23, to home. And we're gonna say journeys. That just doesn't seem right? 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Oh, it's already dying there. That's what it did. Okay, I got the formula wrong when I did it. 2 to 3 equals this. There we go. 3 to 4. Yeah, and then this guy, I just copy all the way down. Seemed a little bit too short when I first did it, so let's see if doing this helps it. 23 to 0. There we go, that's the last one we needed. And this journey here, I'll just keep extending it all the way down here. Good. Okay. Team HQ location type is track for the rest of these, right? Ooh. I say 2 location type, right? It has to be 2 location type. And then everything else is track as well, except for this last one is back to a chain location. From event ID 0 to event ID 1. And now we do the same thing again for these guys, for the events. Event ID 1 to event ID 2. Oh, there's no traveling there. Location ID from event ID 2 to event ID 3. Event ID 3 takes place in location 2, right? Track ID 2, yep, it sure does. 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4 equals this, and then this equals this plus 1. Okay, 3 to 4. And that should now line up correctly. 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. All right, so now that we've set this guy up, let's go ahead and save it as journeys. We'll call this track info or location. Called this area datasets, formula 1, track info, journeys. Oh, this is a folder actually. 2023-08-13. And then we'll save it again as a CSV. Save a copy. Save. As a CSV, that's why. Okay, this guy. Save. Great, okay, now we'll show the other way of importing data. The SQL Server, which is right-clicking on the database that you want to import into, and then using tasks and import data, or import flat file if you feel like it. I just like using import data. It's the method I've used for a sad long time, a sad amount of years. And it's going to take about 300 years, I guess, to load, unless oh, there it is. I'm just impatient. Okay, so the data source that we want is a CSV. I'm going to go ahead and close this guy so that it can load the CSV and it doesn't like error out on me or something. Okay, and it's the very, nope, I thought it was going to be the very last one of it. It's flat file source. And it's going to let me choose the source. While we wait. Wait and wait. All right, there we go. And Formula 1, track location data, we're looking for CSV files, and it's the journeys that we're looking for. So open that. As soon as it loads, you get to do things like preview all the columns and make sure everything lines up. Sometimes if you have like commas inside your CSVs, you'll need to do things like set the text qualifier to quote or something like that, but really we don't have anything like that here. The only thing I want to do is make sure my column types are okay. My journey ID should actually be a numeric. Actually, I'll change all those once. I'll take the DBATools approach and just let everything import correctly, and then I'll change them after the fact. I'm not a great fan of changing everything here unless I know something's too large for 50 characters. Everything by default gets pushed into 50 characters here. And so usually what I'll do is I'll just hold shift and select everything and then just change this to like 500. That guarantees everything's coming in, or you can change it to like 4,000. I just know that my file doesn't have anything that's bigger than like 20, much less 500. All right, and then I'll click next. My destination is just going to be SQL Server. It automatically selects the database because that's the one I right clicked on. And then all I have to do is select the table name. So track info journeys, I think I did location. Location info journeys. And preview the data, make sure it looks okay. It looks like it does, and hit next. And then it'll create the table and push the data in once I hit finish. Hopefully. All right, so we got success. Sometimes you'll get an error here. It's usually one of three things. Number one, the file's in use, and it'll tell you like, oh, could not access the file, make sure it's not in use. That probably just means you have it open somewhere else, PowerBI, Excel, wherever, Notepad++ even, so it can't access the file. Because whatever application you have open is probably locking the file for any updates you might make over there. So SQL Server says, I'm not even gonna mess with this thing, it's in use. Number two is that you have a data type which is inconsistent with the one that you were trying to import. So if you did change your data types and didn't put everything to just like a 500 character string, you might have a mismatch in data types. And then the third thing is truncation. It says something like truncation would occur. That just means that your column's way too long for the data type that you selected, so you just have to increase the character count in that data type. But I didn't have any issues, so I don't have to deal with any of those errors. But usually those for me have been the three top things that cause issues. Okay, location info journeys. Here it is. I'm going to select top 1000 from it. And we have some data. That's really good. Control-Shift-R will get rid of our squiggly lines. Let's wait for that to happen. And now, the cool thing about the journey table is that technically speaking, I can join out to track and get it. So I'm just going to do a quick left join over to tracks. As LIT. This is as LIJ. And then I'm going to say on LIJ dot from location ID. My connection dead again. That'll be the second time. Yep, again, man. All right, let's switch over here. I'm gonna switch over here for a little bit while I get my connection going again. It's kind of frustrating. Sounds like I need to get a dedicated Windows machine. I'm using Parallels to connect to this little PC I have over here, and good for the most part, but sometimes it just drops connections for no reason at all. Kind of frustrated. Oh, it's coming back. That's good. There we go. Okay. And We are back. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to grab location ID equals from location ID equals whatever the track is, whatever the track location ID is. So track ID, LIT, track ID. I'm gonna say I actually have to join to this table twice. Once for the from location and one for the to location, right? So I have to be very careful about how I place my joins. First and foremost, I want to say and LIJ dot to location type equals track. Should I care? Not yet. Let's try this for now. Okay, so this is lit from. We'll just say lit from. Because again, I have to join to this twice. So this is lit2. lit2. What will that do for us? Well, it'll allow us to join to that table twice. Once for the from, once for the to, and get the name. So let's try that out and make sure it's good. So we'll say lit from dot track name as from track name. And then we'll copy this and put it right below the location one as well, except change this to 2. We're referencing the to table instead. And let's see if that worked. Yes. So journey 1, which is from location ID 0 to location ID 1, that returned nothing, which I kind of expected. Oh, because I joined from location twice. That's what I get for copying and pasting my data. Instead, I should have said to location ID equals lit2. This should work a lot better. There we go. So from nothing to Bahrain. The to location type is not ImageQ though. I must have put that incorrectly here in the table when I loaded it. So let me go ahead and edit that really quick. Yeah, the to location ID is a track. So I saved that, I was able to edit it, and now when I select it again, it should be fixed. Okay, there we go. From event, to event. Okay, so why am I even making this? Well, because I need a path in coordinates. I need a from coordinates and to coordinates. So now I should be able to get those from the track. So I'm gonna say, instead of the track name, I'm gonna say from latitude or to latitude. Oh, I did that again, didn't I? To, that was copy paste. That's some bad copy paste. To latitude. Okay. Now I'll do this again here and say lit from dot latitude as from latitude. Then I can copy paste that and just switch it to longitude. LON tab from longitude, and do the same thing here to longitude. Okay, so now I should be able to have all of my different latitude and longitude. Except I need this to be from location ID 0, and I could have sworn I had a location ID 0 of Team HQ here. No. Put those in another table, didn't I? I think it's time to insert all of our location team HQs. Yeah, I think it's time to combine these two tables. I don't think there's anything that's needed here. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to select all the data from tracks and select all the data from team HQs. And then I'm going to take the script here and bring it over to the team HQ script. Because if I'm correct, country, latitude, longitude, location ID. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to combine these two tables into one. And to do that, I'm going to leave both of the tables kind of as is, but I'll create a brand new table so that I don't break anything that exists. So, but the cool thing is, yeah, I'm just going to do locations now. So the only thing is location type is the only other thing I have to add to this. I'll add that right here at the end. Anyway, I'm going to create a table called dbo.locations. Or location info. Places, you could call it places, I guess. Location info places. I'll think of a better name, I'm sure. And then we'll use most of the same columns that we have. Location ID, as in location type, which is going to be a varchar 100. This is what's going to be things like track, team HQ, etc. Location name, country, latitude, and longitude. Location name is going to be another and varchar 100. No, let's do 400. I think I remember doing 400 for this. Name this. This is 100 and 100. Change this to 1. Okay, and you just need a comma right here. And I'm good. So I have that final table. Now I just need to get the data in here, right? So I'll do it from here first. I'll just do an insert into this location info places table. And then explicitly declare which columns I'm doing. So to do that, I'm just going to space things out correctly here, because I'm going to use this method instead. With holding Alt and Shift, I get to copy all those at the same time and just paste them instead of having to rewrite everything. Okay, and now I'm going to copy. We're going to select all of these values. So I'm going to use an insert into statement, but instead of declaring the values and typing them out, I'm just going to use a different query to do so. But one big important thing is that there's a location ID and a country. And what I need is the track ID as well, right? But I need a location type, and that's between ID and name. So I'm going to say the type of this is a track. All of these are tracks. As location type. You don't have to do this as right here, but I prefer to because I'm a good noodle, and because it's easier for someone you know, a year down the road to know what I was doing or what I was up to. So now all of these are tracks. I want to make sure that's the case. Yes, all of them are tracks. So I'll go ahead and insert that data. Okay, so that's that inserted, but I also want the team HQs to be inserted. So I'll call the FIA HQ a team HQ. I'm okay with that. And I'm just going to say it's a team HQ as location type. Okay, and I'm going to copy the same insert statement as before. Here, I'm just going to say insert track. And then down here, I'll say insert HQs. Now there's only one HQ to insert at the time, but when I gather all that HQ data, I'll be able to insert it here as well. So now when we look at the finished product here, which is not here, it's over here. We have our new table called location info places. Now I have everything I need here. And now I can start my journeys. That's the cool part. And that's not how. I'm gonna open Excel again, because apparently I closed it. Oh wait, did I already create my journeys? I sure did. Okay, so I don't need to do that anymore. Okay, so in journeys, that's what I was working on before, is journeys, my journeys. Okay, here, if I, instead of location info tracks, I'm just gonna switch it to location info places. And maybe, just maybe, I'll have what I need by now. Location name. I'll say this is location name. Location ID. All right, let's see if that works. All right, we still get our data, but now we get FIAHQ data in the from lat from long, and we also should get it in the to lat to long. That's super cool. One more thing I'm gonna do is create a concatenated version of the column that you see here in Power BI, the one where we said we combined it through Power BI. I'm also gonna combine it here on SQL Server. So that's pretty easy. I'm just gonna say concat latitude, comma inside quotes or single quotes, and then longitude. And I'm going against what I said about brackets, aren't I? Let me quickly make all of those. And to do this one, I'm just gonna do that. Here, 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 and here. I'm used to Redgate's SQL tool belt, which I have, and I don't have it installed on this machine though. So generally I use Redgate SQL SQL prompt, and it does this for you automatically. So if you are lazy like I am and would like to not have to do your own tabbing and indentation and square brackets, Redgate SQL SQL prompt is your tool. Okay, so we have our latitude and longitude, and then we're just going to call this as to latitude longitude combined. I can make the columns as long as I need them, so I will. All right, and then we're gonna do this, but for the from, and this is called from. So now we'll see the columns not only as separate latitude and longitude, but also combined. So what I am going to change is this track name. Instead of track name, I'm just going to call it location name. And then to location name. There we go. Okay, location type. All right, so now this is ready for a view as well. And this view could be called journeys. Create view dbo.bw location journeys as, and copy this little block here, turns F1 journey data throughout the 2023 calendar. To event ID. There it is. The to event ID is going to be important in a second. Okay, that's created. And now what I want to do is go in here and just make sure I'm getting location info. from places instead of tracks. Because we made that new table, it's best to just take advantage of it. Location ID as track ID. I'm just going to say location ID as track ID and location name as track name. That will keep Power BI happy because the column will be called exactly the same. The only thing I'm going to add is a location type. And Power BI is not going to care, it's just going to say it's a new column. So instead here, I'm going to say create or alter. And location info tracks is now using the places. I have to do that same thing for the team HQ as well. So let me go find that wherever it is. Somewhere around here. I know it is 6 maybe. Oh, that's the journeys. 4. There we go. All right. The location info events. I'm gonna do that for. I'm gonna do an alter here instead. But here it should be places. Places. And this is gonna be location ID. And that's it. I think this should work too. Okay. Now I'm going to create or alter the view, save my work here. Okay, great. Now I'm going to not only refresh but also add my new journeys dataset. All right. Ooh, I'm not using my views in Power BI. That's not good. I said now let me use my views. Oh, there they are. Location info journeys. Okay, I want to switch to use my views and I just realized I wasn't. So here's what I'm going to do. This is actually a pretty easy change. Even though I've been using tables this whole time, they're relatively the same. And that's why, now I'm thinking that's why some of our data types didn't change automatically. So we'll see how it looks. Okay, so we got our new journeys and we can tell it's a view by using the VW. But now I'm going to hit over here to go to the team HQs. I'm going to say edit query. And then I'm going to switch this to VW. Location info. Where are the views that I have? Let's this up. Location info tracks. I thought we had a places. I have a place. Tracks, events, and tracks and events. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Can't do it for that one. We can do it for this one. You just have to refresh. If you see this error, the key didn't match. It just needs a refresh. Sometimes that just happens for some weird reason. Oh no, this one. HQ is a bad one, isn't it? Yeah, there is no location team HQ. I thought I went location info places as the team HQ. I think that's what I did. Let's make sure that that's what I did. And if so, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I added this guy. I shouldn't need to. And I want to make sure that when I do, nothing breaks. Let's go back over here and just make sure that I didn't use Team HQ for anything. Yeah. I'm just going to delete this source. Delete from the model. Hit yes. And then apply the changes. I don't need it for anything though. Is it still applying? Yeah, okay. From model. Okay. Now, it looks like it's a little bit confused, so let me help it along by saying this is not needed. Okay, apply. Cool. Okay, so I kind of have to bring it out of this weird state it's in. Apply. Yeah, I guess I have to like edit this query and just call it location basis really quick before I delete it, because otherwise it's just not going to be happy, it seems. Yeah. It's still not happy. Is there just not something called location info places? It's called location info places, not location places. Info places. Okay. Here we go. All right. So now that we have it successfully coming in, now we get to delete the whole thing. And there should be an editor somewhere. Hey, hi there. Thanks for following. That's QZ1. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream and enjoying some of the pain I'm going through. All right. Hey, thanks. That's QZ1 says this is so cool. I went to RPI and worked on this stuff with Mex since I went to aeronautical. What's RPI there, Vats? Rensselaer Polytech says VAT. Where's that located? That sounds pretty cool, especially the aeronautical part. Troy, nice. So VAT says, Troy, we were the first tech school in America, in New York. Very cool, very cool. I went to a Polytech as well, or Polytech type school as well. I got my bachelor's in computer engineering from the Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico. So Polytech buddies, very cool, very cool. All right, nice. Yeah, he says, hell yeah. Very cool. All right, so let's see. We are just trying to get our journeys in place, and that means we can use our flow map. As soon as we get our journeys together, we can use our flow map, which I am dying to do. Let's see what the data looks like already here. I think I have the sufficient data to just put something together. So all we have to do is go to the editor pane or the data view here, and then just tap on location journey, and we can see that I put enough into this view. Oh, Vat says feature engineering is my main thing. I'm currently in charge of making a quant research pipeline, so quantum research, I assume. That's super cool. Very nice. That's amazing. Congrats. That's really cool. Okay, so I think we have enough data here. Like quantitative finance. Okay, very cool. Like funds. Oh, very nice. Man, that reminds me at like a very, very early stage in my career, I think I applied and I interviewed for a job in like Wall Street. Because my family is like a family of accountants. I'm kind of the odd man out a little bit. So myself and my brother, I think has computer information systems. But yeah, my family is lots of accountants. So I'm used to a lot of accounting talk. and finance talk. So that's really cool. That's really cool. Glad to hear it. Hey, very cool. He said, that says my mom was an investment banker. Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool. It's a lot of money there. It's a lot of money for sure. All right, so I think we can get with our map. Let's try to see if we can put something together. Oh, Vat says I grew up around it. Yep, absolutely. Likewise. It was be an accountant or be an accountant. Well, my parents always did support my computer engineering, my interest in computers. I started working with IT and computers when I was like probably about 10 years old was when I started taking it seriously, with my first language being HTML and then subsequently Java. But I found my way to databases when I started my career, because I was really bad at C#. And luckily the team I was in, working for a very particular cartoon mouse, the team I was in was very kind and suggested that I try databases within the same team instead of C# applications and support. And so I found my calling with databases and with SQL Server. So I am very fortunate and very appreciative of the team at that cartoon mouse company. They are very cool folks. All right, so I think we can get our map together. Let's try it. So this map, we already copied it over there. I want to say, I don't want to, okay, yeah. We already copied it to our first page, so let's just get rid of this guy. And I think we have our map. Yep, we have our map selected. If you don't, you can always just reselect it here and just drop it in and it's good to go. But what I want to do is the origin. I want to use my origin as the from latitude and longitude combined here. And my destination, I want to say to latitude and longitude combined. And there it goes, doing its whole calculation thing. You can already see lots of journeys going on here. Man, I'm so excited I knocked the microphone over. All right, so we can see the from and tos here. You can already see some journeys right here on the map, which is super cool. And it likes to, sometimes it goes a bit overboard, but the thing to keep in mind here is that the way this data works and the way these maps work, it's kind of like direct flight, or the closest possible direction. So technically speaking, I guess the closest possible direction is through the Arctic, or around the Arctic, around, I think this is what, Greenland area. And I think there are some flights that kind of do that whole arcing thing. I don't know if it's this extreme, right? This is from, oh, let's put some labels on here, right? Because otherwise it's just a bunch of numbers. So what we can do is we can say from location name as the origin. It's somewhere around here, the space for the origin. Origin name would be from location name, and then to location name name. Sorry, mistyped the. Let's fix that really quick. Where's the view definition here? Location name. Let's take away that second name. It doesn't need. Everyone knows it's a name. We don't need to write that twice. Okay, or alter. Okay, there we go. So we altered that, and we have a refresh here. So all we have to do is right click and refresh that. And now it just says location name. So to location name is the destination name. And then for a tooltip, I can just put like country if I really wanted to. Actually, no, I have to relate that data first. So can't do that yet. But for the label, I can say, let's see, does it have a label? Does it need a label? Oh yeah, there's the track name. So here we have from Vegas, and then on the line, which is the path or the journey, we see Vegas to Yas Marina. So that's pretty cool. If we wanted to put the country there instead, we could. If we wanted to put anything else, we really could. All right, so You can always use the origin, latitude, and longitude separately. I've tried that a couple times, and I really haven't seen the ability to do it easily. For some reason, it trips up the map. The way I've always found it is either if you're working with simply US data, and not everyone does, then you can just put city, comma, state, good to go. In these combined, if you combine them and put them here, you can do city, comma, state. That might work for countries which have states or provinces, India, Japan, Brazil, etc., Canada, but it won't work for all countries. So I prefer to just do the solid latitude and longitude. That is universal and really non-debatable. All applications or all programs use this latitude and longitude. So we're doing that. And then for like tooltips and for names and labels, sure, go ahead and use whatever standard stuff you want or whatever names you want. But when it's something where I'm trying to do actual solid representation, I'd rather do it using latitude and longitude. You can also just put them individually here. It's never worked for me, so I'd rather not. Okay, so one more thing is we're gonna get the distance, and it's what I talked about at the very beginning of the stream. I said, hey, the best example of calculating distance I have found is this article by Trancy Lib. So Trancy explains here how to go about performing these calculations within Power BI, but also gives a good solid description. The formula itself uses variables. So this uses variables called, so actually this is kilometers. So this is the name of the formula. And then the entire formula is separated by lines. So let's just copy this formula over into Notepad++ first, take a look at it, and then copy it into Power BI and just make it happen. So the original formula name is kilometers. I'm gonna go ahead and do my own spin on this because in Power BI, I like to name my variables with a v underscore prefix. So I'll call this distance in km equals variable. Latitude 1 is just the origin. So origin latitude is what we'll call it. Origin latitude. And then we'll have to replace our latitude here, like our actual latitude. And that's why I kept them by themselves, is so I could plug them into this function here. All right, and then variable v underscore longitude 1. Variable v underscore latitude 2, which is actually destination latitude. We'll call this destination latitude. And this is origin. 1 is origin, 2 is destination. So we want to make sure that how that is. So I'm already messing something up. That's what I get for taking your great code, Trancy, and messing it all up. So latitude 1. No, this is origin latitude. Okay, so let me just make a new line here, because really what this is saying is here's the whole function down below. And here we're saying declare this variable and here's the value. Declare this variable, here's the value. So declare this variable here. So v underscore longitude 2 is destination longitude. Variable p is just variable v underscore pi. And I think it's it's taking like the circumference of the Earth and applying that and extracting the kilometers from the latitude minus the longitude. It's really cool how it works. I have no idea how. I'm just kind of ransacking this and taking it and using it for my own. So V, I think this A is the area. Let's see what she said is A. She did do lots of cool documentation here, so maybe we can find what the A is. A. Nope. But it doesn't matter because this works perfectly. So I'm just going to keep working on that. All right, so we're going back over here and we're calling this, we'll call this A. Okay, here, this is the fun part. This is all actually one formula. So the cosine of latitude 2 is the destination latitude. So I'm going to replace everywhere I see latitude 2, which Notepad++ does a good job of highlighting everywhere it is. It's right here and right here. I'm going to paste, and latitude 2, paste. Now I'm going to take latitude 1, which is the origin latitude. Origin latitude is here and here. You could also just do like a right click and replace or copy replace. And then we're going to take longitude 2, which longitude 2 is the destination longitude. Right here. And let me make sure that there's nope, there's no other place it is. So longitude 1 is longitude of the origin. And the P is actually V underscore pi. So I have to change that as well, right here. V underscore pi. And right here as well. V underscore pi. And here, V underscore pi. And here. Again, you can just do a blanket replace, but when you replace things like P, things don't go well, right? Because it'll replace any P in the whole thing, including, I don't know, if you happen to name the distance like pipe, I don't, but I'd rather not. Anywhere where there's a P, it's going to replace it, and I'd rather not do that. So including this pi here would be like V underscore P pi. That's never fun. Okay, final distance. And again, I just like to prefix all my variables with that. So I think A is the only other one that we have to replace. A here. Okay, so I basically turned this original formula, which is great in its own right. I just want to be able to diagnose mine a lot more easily. So I put my own twist on it because it helps me a little bit more. But you could take this as it is and just put it right in Power BI, change what you need to from this latitude and longitude, and it'll work fine. I just want to, I like customizing my stuff a little bit more. Okay, so let's put this into Power BI as a new, was it a measure, I think she said. Let me just make sure. Yep, new measure. Okay, so let's put this into journeys as a new measure. Okay, and then we're gonna expand this and we're going to overwrite this with our new stuff. The only thing we have to change is this from latitude and from longitude stuff, right? So we have to say origin latitude, origin longitude. Yep, that's it. That's good. No, that's actually not it. This is from a test data set I was working on earlier. So actually I need to say from latitude. There we go. And it has to be from our location journeys data set or it won't work right. Okay. From longitude. Okay, here, destination, where's this 2? Yeah, 2 latitude and 2 longitude. Okay, and I think that's all I need to enter. Oh wait, it already started yelling at me. Something here seems a little bit weird. Let's see if I can find out what's going on. Let's just try it and see what it yells at us about. Okay. V origin latitude. variable VA equals 0.5. This minus. Ooh, okay. So when I copied it over from Notepad++, or even from Internet Explorer, sorry, Edge, that's what they want me to call it. It's just Internet Explorer with Chromium. All right, when I copied it over, I guess it like had this character here, which is supposed to be a minus sign or a hyphen, but it carried over incorrectly. Like it carried over as just a really long dash or something, and that's what killed everything. So watch out for that one. Even if I copied it into Notepad++, this still held. So I'm gonna copy that here because I plan to put this in my description or on my blog. So I want to make sure I have it right. That would be good. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's see if it works. Okay, so now it looks like it didn't have any errors, and that's always good. Now we're going to take our journeys. Let's take this map over to a new screen or a new page here. We're going to have our journeys in a table. Oh, hey, Luna's back. Let me switch over to her. One. There she is. She's just chilling. Okay, so I am going to switch this over. I like how she says, please do not freak out. It looks complicated at first. Okay, so what I'm going to do is grab our journey data and just put it here so I can reference it, so I can see which journey is which. So the journey ID is the first one I want, right? Because that one is the unique identifier for each and every journey. I'm going to click this journey ID and I'm just going to change this into a whole number. Yes, I want to change the data type. Okay, so now it orders it correctly. And then I'm going to say from location name, and then the latitude and longitude. We might have to make this a little bit bigger for now, so let's cover this guy up. Okay. Actually, I don't need to do the latitude and longitude. We all know what that is. What do we really care about? We really care about seeing whether or not the distance in kilometers is correct. So from event ID, from location name to location name, and then the moment of truth. These are kilometers, right? So why did it do that? Okay, there we go. Okay, so these are in kilometers. I hate to admit this, but even though I'm from Puerto Rico, and we do distance in kilometers but speed in miles, which is a bit outrageous, but it's home. So it's I have lived in the US as I moved to Florida a very long time ago, and since then I've retrained my brain to just do miles, right? The distance is in miles, even though I mean, Puerto Rico does, I think, distance in both. The mile markers, instead of mile markers, they're kilometer markers for like addresses and stuff like that. But again, I'm out of my element when it comes to kilometers, and because of that, I'm going to show you if you're out of your element when it comes to kilometers, or you just need to display your measurements in miles instead of kilometers. I'm going to show you how to do that. So I believe the formula is 2.2, but I want to make sure I'm not messing anything up. I would hate to put something together and then realize it's not correct, but I believe it's 2.2. So I'm just going to say 1 km 2 miles in Bing. And then Cortana is going to answer or something like that. I'm pretty sure they decommissioned Cortana as of today. Okay, so 2.2 the opposite way, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. I need to flip that now so I don't go crazy. Now I need to make sure 1 mile. 1m2 km. Please tell me. No, I'm just. Oh no, that's meters, not miles. Man, am I going crazy? Is that weight? Like pounds to kilograms? Yeah, I'm completely wrong. See, that's how far removed I am. Is that I used the pound to kilogram formula, or I was about to use it, and then I would have looked like an idiot here. So, okay, what we need to do is say we have distance in kilometers, right? The Power BI formula is giving us distance in kilometers. We need it in miles. So what we're going to do is use this formula. No. 1 kilometer, 1 km, 2 mile. 0.62, like I'll just grab this entire thing, because all I need to do in Power BI is make a new measure. So I just make a new measure and I steal the logic. I'm not gonna like do all this logic again, although I could, right? Here's the thing, like I could do one of two ways. I could say distance in miles equals distance in kilometers times this. That's the first method, and that'll work. No problem. Power BI will not yell at you, and you'll be okay. Let's test that out. Make sure I'm not wrong. Yeah, there you go. It works just fine. But what if someone decides one day to go, hey, we don't need kilometers here. Let's just delete it. Let's delete distance in kilometers, or change the name or something like that. Now you're stuck. And the reality is the calculation is the same. All I have to do is at the end, I have to multiply it again. So let's try that. Here, I'm going to change this to be, instead of final distance, I'm going to copy this. And I'm just going to call this final distance. Oh, yeah, it's yelling at me. Okay, final distance km is this, right? And then final distance mi is just final distance km times, and then whatever our formula is. I'm not going to pretend like I memorized that in 5 minutes I've been working with it. Okay, so instead we can embed it into the formula. That way, regardless of what happens, regardless of anyone deleting anything, I still have my final distance in miles being calculated within it itself, not dependent on some other variable or some other measure. Let's see if that works. Okay, and now, where did I put it? Oh no, I changed. Did I change it? Yeah, I totally changed it. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to make a brand new one. Okay, I'm gonna put this one back to km, because that's the true one. Okay, and now I'm gonna make a new measure, and that's gonna be distance in miles. And then I'm gonna return distance in miles, which again is the entire calculation is exactly the same. I'm just changing the very last bit to multiply by 0.62, and I'm good to go. Okay, so I'm gonna shrink this guy, and then I'm just gonna take this distance in miles, and we can see it's the same exact calculation. Now I'm gonna remove this guy because I don't really need it. But the next thing is the test. Did I get the calculation right, or is it completely wrong, right? So to do that, I'm just gonna take Baku to Miami as my test. Hey, someone wants more apples. Switch over there. There we go. Okay, someone looks like they want more apples. Oh, now she doesn't even want any more apples. It's getting about her walking time, so I might have to cut this one a little short, but hopefully we can get everything we need to first. Okay, so distance in kilometers works well, distance in miles works well. Let's pull this one and just click on, I think we said something Miami to something else. Red Bull, I don't know, let's pick one. Red Bull to Silverstone. Okay, and it shows the journey when we click it, which is super cool, right? Because that means we can click on any one of them and it'll show us the journey from one place to the other, and it'll actually highlight it as well. Okay, so let's try Red Bull to Silverstone. That's what we said. So we'll find in Bing Maps, we'll say, yeah, I know there's no results for it. Silverstone. Yeah, Silverstone Circuit. Okay, and then from here, I think I need directions to, from here to Red Bull Ring. I think that's what it is, right? I want to make sure I'm not from Red Bull Ring to Silverstone, which is fine. This should be the same distance anyway. Okay, we go back. Red Bull Ring in Spielberg, Austria. Yes, that's the one we're looking for. Okay, so the important thing to note is that it's not via roadway. So it might tell you a certain distance, but that's due to roadways. What we are looking for is as the crow flies, or a direct line of sight distance. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click right here, and I think it says measure distance. There we go, measure distance from here. How is it that you do it? From here to here. 1259 and 782. $782 miles. Is that what we got? Oh, we did not. Is it like going all across the world? Distance in kilometers and distance in miles. Okay, so let's see if we can take Transy's original formula and use that instead, because maybe I just did something wrong. So let's try that. New measure. And then we'll say this is from latitude is journeys from latitude, from longitude to latitude and to longitude. Why is it being... Oh, because I didn't close this parentheses. Okay, there we go. All right, so if we just take Transy's formula at face value, do we get a better one? And did I mess something up when I rewrote it? Probably did. And that's not how you do it. Okay. Distance. I think km is just a standard one. Nope. Nope. It looks the same as mine, which is good. Maybe the coordinates that I pushed into the view are the incorrect coordinates. Find out. Okay, so again, Red Bull Ring to Silverstone, it said it was 3,000 kilometers. It's like all around the world. And then back again. Miami to Imola is 8,000 kilometers. That just does not sound right. Okay. 5,000. I mean, yeah. Okay. Let's see if maybe I just put the wrong coordinates. So from and to combined. Okay, so if I go back to Red Bull Ring and Silverstone, here copy the value and then paste it onto a new Bing Maps That's Russia. Ooh, that's what it is. Check it out. I'm just repeating this. Red Bull ring is not 4747. I must have done something wrong when I combined these things. Let's find out. From latitude, from longitude, to latitude, to longitude. Oh, I totally did it right. Let's see if we can take a look at the data instead. 4747 just does not sound right. Maybe I copied it wrong when I did this, or when I imported the data. Let's see. Where is Red Bull ring? 4747. It looks like I just copied the number wrong, I want to say. I'm pretty sure that's the case. So let's go back to location info places and just make sure I didn't mess that up. I'm pretty sure I did. Okay, so here I'm just gonna go back to our distance calculation. Where is that? There we go. Okay, Red Bull ring 47 and 14. I messed this up. Okay, so that's good. At least we know that it was a me problem. I'm gonna say where track ID, or no, location ID, because we changed it to location, equals location 10. So we want to update location 10, and we only care about updating the longitude. Update as LIP, update LIP, set LIP dot longitude equal to this 14 instead. No, 14. Come on, 14. There we go. And close that. And now we have one row affected, and we need to refresh this guy. Station journeys. See if we get the right data now. It's doing this thing. Come on, PowerBI, you can do it. All right, it's connected. And did it change? Red Bull ring is now 1,257 kilometers. Wow, man, that's 20 kilometers away. That's really good. And from the fact that all I did was like right click on a general area in the UK next to Silverstone, I mean, I'm cool with that. Let's try that again. Measure distance from here to this point, 1253. In our report we got 1257. 4 kilometers away. I'm cool with that, no problem. Okay, so that means our distance calculation is working. And then the 781 miles, 780 miles. Again, I'm 100% okay with that. So now that we have our distance, we can see here that we can add distance to our graph. We can add something like distance in kilometers, distance in miles. That way, when we hover, we can see Suzuka to Luceo is 8,000 kilometers, 4,900 miles. But let's take it a step further. Like this map here doesn't really mean a lot unless you can see like, oh man, what's a really long distance. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check these labels out, or these distances out, And I'm going to come up with like a little bucket system, and I'm going to say, okay, it looks like the general gist of this is under one, like the general buckets that I can put these through are under 1,000 kilometers, 1,000 to like 5,000 kilometers, and then 5 to 10, and then 11 plus for the really long journeys, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a column based off of this kilometer column, and I'm going to call it it's going to be just a new column, and I'm going to say, I'm going to call it distance in km color, and then I'll say switch. Switch? No, I can't do switch. I have to do, I'm trying to do like betweens. So betweens would, if statements, I guess, equals if distance in km greater than 0 and distance in km less than 1,000, then let's say green. Else, and then a nested if. Oh god, it feels horrible. I'm used to just doing this in SQL Server. Let me see if I can really quick create this function in SQL Server and use that instead, because wow, that feels absolutely terrible to do. Okay, so here I should be able to create a function and call it declare. I'll declare a few variables. Actually, I'll paste this function and just declare the variables the same exact way I would here. So declare at, and then I'll just do this for every single one. Declare. Again, normally I do something a little bit more robust than this, but I'm in a pinch, so and what else? Oh, down here too. I want to say that all of these functions, cosine, square root, all that stuff, still work. So it should very well work anyway. Okay, so latitude and longitude, latitude and longitude. Okay, so I actually don't need these. I can actually have these as inbound parameters, and all of these are going to be varchars. Varchar 100, and these are actually going to be inbound parameters. So when I create the function, I'll say create function dbo.udf for user defined function, get distance in km as, nope, actually the as is down here because these are all inbound parameters. And there we go. Oh, it looks like we're missing space here. That is very poorly formatted, and I apologize to myself and to viewers for having to witness this formatting nightmare that I seem to be having. Usually I am a lot more reserved when it comes to format. There we go. That's a little bit better. And what am I missing here? Oh, return. I'm missing a return. Return. Ooh, decimal. 18. I want to say like 1810, and that's actually what I should be bringing these in as, is decimal 1810. I don't know why I'm doing this whole bar card thing. Do decimal 1810. Okay. Returns decimal 1810. Okay, create the function. Oh, this is just missing a semicolon up here. All right, create the function, get distance in kilometers. Yeah, I can say go here and it'll be fine. Return v final distance. Oh, okay, so I need to declare v final distance. No, I don't. It's fine here. Oh, I need to say this is decimal 1810, and then set at v pi equals that. So it's actually just v pi divided by 180. The VA is decimal 1810 as well. This is an at. This is an at. That's an at. This is an at as well. And so is this. Okay. That's an at too. And then I have to declare this guy. Decimal 10 and set at v final distance equals that. The underscore final distance I meant. Here we have to just do a set at VA. There we go. Okay, so declare them and set them, declare them and set them, declare them and set them. Normally I just do everything, but I want to, again, try to keep this as clean as I can with the time constraint that I'm in. All right, let's see if that works. Yeah, it sure does. So if I want to call this function out or like add it to this view, which I totally do, all I have to do is say, here, I'm going to call it as a function in SQL. So I'll say formula1 dot dbo.udf underscore get distance in kilometers, and it's going to tell me what values I need to pass in it and in what order. If I don't do that, it's just going to fail and it's not going to calculate it correctly. So let me wait until this decides it's going to help me out. Wrong here. Can I not even select it? Yeah, I can. Okay, so let's try this again. Formula1 dot dbo.udf udf. Yep, there it is right here. Now when I open this, of course it's not going to say anything. All right, well, I know what I need to call here. So origin latitude is first. Let's call origin latitude from latitude right here, and origin longitude then to latitude and to longitude. Now I could keep this a little bit cleaner and do that instead. So just so I can be very organized. From latitude, from longitude, to latitude, to longitude. One of my favorite DBAs that is widely known, his name is Eric Darling. And Eric, if you ever watch this, I am terribly sorry for the leading commas. I know you hate them, but they're just the best. So I think you said something like, if you see leading commas, you assume that it's not production code, and that's kind of true. This isn't really production code. I'm just a random person demoing stuff on Twitch, so I'm excused. I think, I don't know. We'll see. Latitude and longitude as distance in km. Okay. Now I'm going to first and foremost alter this view and then check it again in Power BI. I want to make sure that my newly calculated column is not messed up. Yeah, I'm just gonna bail out of this distance in color and just delete it altogether. Yeah, because I'm actually gonna make that from SQL Server instead. So refresh. While that's happening, I'm gonna go ahead and try to make that color column. So what I'll do is take the definition here and I'll say, and I'll formulate a case statement. Case. Ooh, actually that was a bad idea, naming it the same value as something else. I'll call this distance in kilometers from SQL Server. Ooh, that was a really bad idea. I don't like the way Power BI handles it when that happens. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this view and reset it. Yep, Power BI is not happy. Yeah, already used. Okay. Glad I caught that early. Otherwise I would have been diagnosing something I didn't need to. Okay, so now we're gonna take case and we're gonna build a case out of this formula here. So we're gonna say case that. No, we're not. No, we're not, because you can't do like greater than or betweens and stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, we're going to write individual case statements, or like one big case statement, but we have to redefine it every single time. So we'll say when this distance is between 0 and 1000, then green. And say when this is between 1000.01. Oh, I forgot the when up here, didn't I? Okay. And I think I said 5000. Then let's call it blue. And then we'll just keep copy pasting this so I don't mess anything up. When it's between 5001 and 10,000, we'll do purple. I'm color deficient, so blue and purple and red all kind of look very similar. I'm gonna call this orange. Like, we're getting there. And then this last one's just gonna be red, which is 10,000. You can either say greater than 10,000, or you can say greater than 10,000 and some ridiculous distance, like that. Else, I'm just gonna call it purple. Purple's the unknown color. If I have something that's purple, I probably need to check it out because it doesn't match any one of these cases. So what I'm actually gonna do is say negative 99999 for this first one. That way I can keep them all as betweens. If I need to add a between here, let's say 10,000 to 15 or something like that, I can easily do that without having to like change the entire structure of everything. That's why I have this 9999 here. Okay, and as distance km color. Okay, so now we have some colors. And now we get to see if it actually works. So I'm not gonna deploy the view yet. What I'm gonna do is just check the data out. Does it look good? I'm gonna bring this distance in color all the way back here. And I'm gonna say, okay, when the distance, oh wait, the distance is over here. There we go. So we have the distance, and then we also have the colors. So it looks like under 5,000 is blue, and let's check our logic again, right? Green, we're looking for anything under 1,000 kilometers to be green, which it is. Anything 1 to 5 is blue. Anything 5 to 10 is orange, and red is more than 10. Ooh, wait, this is going to conflict, right? It's 10,000 and 10,000, so I want to do the 0.01 again here. That'll, if anything's exactly 10,000, it would have hit both and it would have errored out, so we don't want that. All right, I think we can deploy. And now let's go see how it looks over here on our color in Power BI. Because that way we get to make the lines specific colors. I think that'll work. Let's find out. That was way too quick for oh yeah, distance. It's actually quick now. That's great. Okay, distance in colors. Good. They're coming in. Now let's apply that same logic over to our map. And the color is right here. Now, color has 2 steps. First thing you need to do is say, this is the color. And then you have to go over to your legend and do a couple things in your legend. So legend is currently great circle. Here in the legend, I don't want to autofill. I think I need the color here. There we go. Red, orange, blue, and green. I'm just going to set those colors to their actual color, right? So red is going to be red. I think this is red. Orange is going to be, oh, you can see them changing already. Look at that. Okay, orange is going to be orange. There's the orange ones. Blues. I'm going to make this a dark blue. And then greens. Oh, actually green's already set, right? So there we go. Now we can see that. And then I'm also, it looks like there's some defaults here that are green. So we're going to set the default to like pink. It looks like something didn't go. Oh, that's weird. Okay, green. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we don't have anything pink, which is good, right? The default would have been like, hey, I couldn't get a distance for this, and that's bad. So here we just say the same exact labels that we put over there as far as like greater than. So here we'll say greater than 10,000 km. And you can see the label already starts showing up. This is 5,000 to 10,000 km. This one is, oh god, I can't remember, 1,000 to 5,000, 1,000 to 5,000 km. And this is less than 1,000 km. So now we can see the label, we can see the circuits as well. Oh, here we go. Okay, we can see the circuits. Now we can see every single path or every journey that the F1 teams are taking, and we can see how long it was. We can see if it was, we can very clearly see, I'm just looking at this map, I can very clearly see that there are quite a few long journeys, orange and red. I can't really distinguish orange and red here though, so I'm gonna make a quick change to be instead of orange and red, it'll be like, I'm gonna put orange as the crazy color and just say purple instead. So I'm gonna change that really quick so that I can fairly clearly see what's going on instead of having to guess whether something's orange or red. Then I'm gonna refresh this. Now I have to change the map settings a little bit here. So for this color, what we want is purple. Be purple. Do that right here, I think, right? Yeah. Okay, purple, blue, green. Good, good, good. Now we're gonna say the legend. Purple is 5,000 to 10,000 km. Now we can very clearly see all this. And now it makes sense to me. There's quite a few purple journeys, but there's a lot of red journeys. And then if we zoom in, there's a very few green journeys. So this is Silverstone, I think. No, this is Silverstone and Monza. Oh no, Zandvoort to Monza. Where do we go? What takes us to Zandvoort though? This is Barcelona to Monaco. Monaco to Imola, and then from Imola we go all the way across the pond. Zandvoort to Monza. What takes us to Zandvoort then? Did we miss one? Where there's no Zandvoort, something to Zandvoort? I can check my view, right, by saying, and this is where we need to start adding some filters right about now. We can say from location name can be a filter. And let's do another one of those filters that we had here in our other page. Was it in the map? It sure was. Track name. Don't sync them. Okay. So here we can say, nope, here we can't say anything because we have to replace the filter. We have to say from location. And then copy this and make a to location. I'm gonna go ahead and shrink this guy a little bit here. Okay. We say from location name, and then here we say to location name. What goes to Zandvoort? Oh, okay. Spa to Zandvoort. And what goes from Zandvoort? So, oh, they just happen to be like super duper close to each other. That's interesting. Wow, okay. It's just, it's very similar paths, it looks like, for Zandvoort to Monza, and then Yep. This is a different journey here. Yeah. Okay. So it's Zandvoort to Monza, but there's a different journey over here. That's Spa to Zandvoort. Makes sense? Okay. I was looking at them and I was seeing that it was the same thing. I didn't see an outbound from Zandvoort or getting into Zandvoort, but now I see it. So that's great. Okay. So we'll call this guy done, and we'll just move it to another table or to another page so that I can actually have a little bit of space here. I really don't need this journey ID. I just need the from location name, the to location name, and I think the distance in kilometers and miles. And then I'll make this quite small. So the values I'm going to bring down, and then the headers I'll bring down as well. And I'll just call these km and miles. All right, and now everything fits. What's frustrating is that I don't have a total. I don't know why that is, but that would have been cool. I'll have to figure that out a little bit later. From, and then to. Okay, so now we have a full grid that allows us to see. Let's make this text a little bit better. Let's give it a visual border that is gray and then also a background that is gray. And same thing for this guy. Effects. Visual border, we'll add that and make it gray and 10 pixels. That way it's rounded, and same thing for the background color. Okay. From location to location. All right, so now we have both of those here. I'm gonna make this guy a little bit lower, bring this guy down a little bit, bring this down, and And this guy down as well. Okay, so now we have from locations. We have two locations. We can do a location type. Okay, yep. We can say from location to location and say this is two location type. So I want to know all journeys that ended to going to a track. And all journeys that ended going to an HQ. So this is the very last journey from the last. Actually, it shouldn't be the last one, right? At least not France. Yas Marina is not there. Oh no! I must have typed something wrong, so I'll fix that. It's gonna bug the heck out of me. Let's see. It is bugging the heck out of me, but my dog would like to go out. So I will need to wrap this up as soon as I can. And to do that, I'll do this. I'll give the values, make them really small, and then take the formatting that I used here and use it here as well. And then make everything the same size. So this guy will be now this big. And this guy will be this big as well. And I can probably add one more date there. I don't need to right now. Okay, so let's add some visual stuff to this. And maybe one more filter from type tool. Maybe some cards here, but we'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna save because I haven't done that in a while, and by golly, I would not like to lose this work. Okay, yes, someone is getting. I know here's some apples that will hold you over. Okay, so we are going to steal some of the artwork that I used for this one, for this last one. The last report I did. And to do that, we're going to open up PowerBI again. If we can. I think it's still saving. Is it still saving, or is it finally opening stuff? No, it's still saving. I should be able to find all of my pictures and stuff for Formula One. I bet you I put them all in like the downloads folder or something. Quite certain that's what I ended up doing. Take this for a little bit. Go chill. I'm almost done. Okay. Yeah, there they all are right here. Okay. So what I can actually do is copy it from report to report. And I think if I open the last report I did, I should be able to copy everything from it. So all this stuff right here, I should just be able to copy directly over. If I can do that, then I'll be a lot better shape. And the reality is I could just add all the stuff that I've been working on to this report instead, if I needed to. I'm gonna go ahead and start reserving some space. Means I gotta cut this guy down a little bit. And I can bring this guy down, put him over here, right here. Okay, if I have this one as my top and this one as my bottom, I should be able to use the format, align, distribute vertically. There we go. Now it has even spacing all around. And I think Power BI is either still opening or it's just going to ignore me completely. One of the two, for sure. I just don't want to open this up again and then have, let's see, all my memory taken from my computer. That would not be fun. You're done already? Dude, you gotta chill a little bit. There it comes. Okay. While we wait, let's go ahead and switch over to she's been okay. There's some apples here. Let's switch instead to hopefully that keeps her busy for a little bit. All right. So, did the other one open? Nope, it's in the process. You're done already? Dude, you can't be that quick. Okay, yeah. I'm running out of treats, my friend. You did this to me one time already. Okay, I think it should be loaded by now. No, it's still not loaded. That's what I get for running a really, really slow computer for this. Oh, now it might be. No, still not. Try to add. If I hop over here to the data model, I might be able to add a couple things like track IDs. That's just a test one. Did I ever add the locations table? The places? No, I didn't. Let me do that really quick. That's still opening, so I have some time. I guess in this time I could have just done it myself, right? Let's do that while this is loading. The places. That's what I wanted to load. Import this. Now I should be able to say location ID and from location ID are joined to the places. That works. if it ever finishes. Oh God! Oh, the machine just said no. I'm not doing anything. So I'm trying to reconnect to it. Wow. May have just gotten a little overwhelmed. Just like my dog is right now. Matter of time before she starts barking. And let's see. Back. I have been asking quite a bit of this machine today, so I am not exactly surprised that it's giving me trouble. But I hope it'll come back. Like it's come back every last time since then. So here it is. We're back. Okay. Getting anxious. Here you go. Okay. All right, so we should be able to just quickly add that stuff because it looks like this report is just not loading. The one that it looks like it's just now opening up. So what we can do is insert a shape. Oh, well, we can't do anything now because Power BI is dead. It just decided it's gonna die. Oh wait, can we? Yeah, it seems like we can. Okay, let's add a shape. Hey, you can't. Oh my God, you can't finish that quickly, man. Now you're left with nothing. All right, shape. Okay, we are going to add a shape. Oh man, completely dead. All for some graphics. Because the report's pretty much done. And I'm battling this computer just so I can add a rectangle and some pictures. Of everything I've asked it to do today, the part it's failing on me with is a rectangle. Super. Hey look, a rectangle. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Okay, and I'm just gonna make this shape particular color. Yeah, it's a rounded rectangle, yes. A style. Is that where I do that? Yeah, style. Over here, no transparency. The border is going to be here. Okay. That's a bit too rounded though. Oh God. 10% instead of 25. Do 10. Yeah, that's a lot more in line with what we have over here. So, okay, so there we go. All right, now we are going to add a title, and we'll just copy everything that we saw there. Oh man, that Formula One logo. I think like what we want. Insert image. I think I can do one from the downloads. To be able to. Where did it go? What this thing? I might be able to shut down SQL Server at this point. Now that I think about it, but because at least it won't have to battle with it for memory. I can definitely shut down PowerShell. I'll save it. Get that out of the way. Cool. Okay. F1 logo. Let's just grab them. Oh, I can't grab them all. Why would I be able to grab them all? Okay. One at a time it is. Okay, now we have logo. Or more. There's Hockenheim, which is not part of this calendar year, but hey, we need the space. Silverstone we can't put in because it's not transparent. Yas Marina, yep, Yas Marina we can. Image and Spa. Oh, we can put Spa in. And Wanza. Cool. Put Wanza in too. So I will leave those kind of like that. Actually, I'm going to make them a bit smaller. So that. Okay. So that I can write some text up here. Stats, yearly summary. Okay, so here we'll say F1 stats as well. We're gonna insert a text box and we'll say F1 stats, no, F1 journey. But this can still be F1 stats. F1 stats. Team journeys for 2023 calendar. Okay, so F1 stats can be rather big. We'll call it 36. And then call this one 36 as well. And this guy can be, I don't know, 28. Nope. Something that fits on that line. 20. Yeah. Okay. So now in the effects, we'll just kill the background. And we'll make this a little bit smaller here. Yep. And bring up the Formula One logo a little bit. And just bold all this. Oh, that's, I can bold this one. During 2023 calendar. Okay, and we can make this wider. These guys wider as well. Okay, so here we have our foundational report, I would say. Now, this would be a foundational report because we have all the logic down. Really, the hard part that we did was getting all the distances, and getting the data and getting the distances. And so from here, you could do things like what I was mentioning earlier in the video, which I'm just not going to do anymore. But from here, what you can do is take every single team's HQ and work it into this as well. So that each team, because each team could really evaluate this separately. So if I'm a particular team and I filter my team, what I'm going to find is that my journey to Bahrain, which is the very first track, if I order by the journey ID, which I should, right? But I can't. If I join by the journey ID or order by the journey ID, I'll find that my team's HQ, some folks are in Italy, some folks are in Switzerland. I think I'm pretty sure Sauber is in Switzerland. McLaren and Mercedes are both in United Kingdom. that journey is a little bit different, and then the journey back home is also different. So if I'm a team boss or a team principal and I need to know how far my team is traveling because I do some sort of compensation by the kilometer or by the mile technically, then I would need to know my own team's data. And that's what I plan to do once I deploy this, or as I deploy it. I might actually record another session or just do another stream based on that data. But to recap here, what we did was we gathered all the F1 data for tracks, so track locations. We gathered all team names, but actually no, we didn't gather any team names at all. That's what I wanted to do. So we gathered the track locations, we gathered the event calendar. Again, we did this all on our own, no Python, no API calls or anything like that. We just used the web and gathered the information ourselves. Could you have done this automatically through either a data set that you found? Sure. Or an API? Sure. I just didn't want to look for any of those. I've already found some for really historical F1 data, so I didn't bother to. But once we got that data, we went ahead and related it using several methods in SQL, in Power BI. And what we did was we calculated, using a function that we found, we calculated the distance in kilometers and the distance in miles from race to race. Technically speaking, from the FIA HQ to the first race, and then from race to race after that, and then back to the FIA HQ. And that's what you see here, is you can actually see the distance that all teams basically have to travel from one to another. So you can see this right here is, wow, Brazil to Vegas. And the Mexico to the Brazil one, that's a weird one. That technically shouldn't be that way. Well, I think there's something wrong with it. But you can see the distance traveled for all the teams, and you can make judgments on which ones are really, really close, which ones are really, really far. If you're a tourist or if you're just an enthusiast and you want to go, okay, where can I get the most bang for my buck if I travel to a country or travel to a continent and try to get as many races in as I can? Will I be able to do so? And yeah, right here, it shows that if you travel to Central Europe, you will be able to attend a lot of races. And really, it's starting to get that way with the US, Canada, and even Brazil as well. So that's pretty interesting. I think what I did here, now that I look at it, I must have put something negative into positive. So if you look, this is Mexico City lined up, but I must have put it incorrectly to get it over into Africa, which there's really no races in Central Africa that we see. There's one in South Africa, but it's not on this calendar. So other than that, you can add any amount of filters. So if you want to see just the from anything from Albert Park in Melbourne, where did they go? You can see if they went straight from Albert Park to Baku. If you want to see several at a time, you can also see several at a time, and it'll show you the journeys for a couple of them as well. You can also add something like, hey, I want to show only journeys that were under 5,000 kilometers, or only journeys that were over 5,000 kilometers. We could actually do that right here in the group, right? In the grouping. So if I said, where is the color? Here. If I said, oh, show me only blue journeys, it would show me only blue journeys. If I said, hey, show me only green journeys, the really short ones, it'll show you just the short ones. If you want to see a couple of them, you can as well, like the purple journeys and the red journeys together. Like, show me only journeys that are over 5,000 kilometers. There you go. So I'm going to publish this to Power BI Web, and hopefully I'll be able to publish it and embed it into my website so you can go in and check this report out as well. Let's go ahead and just publish the final page, main map, and also the credits. Of course, I always like to try to give as many credits as I can. All right, so I'm gonna hide all the other pages that we use for development and testing. And I'm just gonna show the main map and the credits. And we're gonna take this guy right here and we're gonna say, we're gonna paste that over and we'll call this the credits and changelog. And then we're just gonna add a text box. Credits. This a little bit bigger, like 20. Transceiver. And I want to make sure I copy the correct link. Don't want to. There we go. Okay. Formula for distance in km, and there's the link. And the FIA website or Formula One website for team location or race locations. Formula One website, race locations. And also Bing Maps, geo coordinates, race track coordinates, and the changelog. Log is author, no, just the date, author, and description. Yep, we're going, buddy. My dog has had just about enough of this, so I'm getting ready to take her outside and then have some dinner. Let's see, SQL DBA and initial data gathering and deployment. Okay. So we're going back to the main map, making sure all of our filters are not saved. Saving. God, maybe I can fix that Mexico thing. I gotta be able to fix it. Gotta work. I know it seems silly, but this guy right here. Yep, I just used the same exact one again. See that? That's why it's ended up in Africa. So all I have to do is fix it. I can fix it. What is the latitude and longitude of Mexico's? I know I can do this. Come on, buddy. Man, why does Edge do this? Okay. Otto Gromo, Hermanos Rodriguez. There. Hopefully I can get this and do right by my Mexican friends and make sure that I represent them correctly. There we go. All right, that's the longitude I needed. Now 20, and let's make sure ID 20 Hermanos Rodriguez is 19. Yes, okay. So now I should be able to just refresh this guy, and hopefully all the Mexico data will just go shift to the left a little bit. Let's find out. Come on. If that is the case, we will have a celebratory goodbye. Hey, we did it! All right. I don't have any sound effects or noises because Streamlabs decided to kill my entire setup, so I had to start everything from fresh like 15 minutes before I went streaming. But that's great. It looks like everything came through for Mexico. I have to go check a couple of other ones as well, but let's go ahead and just publish this guy and get it out the door so that I can start sharing it with folks. So distance, distance, color. What I would normally do as well is not only use this case statement for colors, but also use it as like a description, distance kilometer description that describes just this exact case, and then use that instead. But I'll keep this guy for the time being and work the other one in when I'm ready. Okay, let's publish. And we're publishing this to my workspace. Let's actually call this something else. Let's call this F1 Team Journeys. F1 Team Journeys. Save and publish again to my workspace. And the cool thing is I get all my dev stuff. I can just leave it there and it'll be fine. I don't have to, I can just resurrect it or bring it back whenever I'm ready, steal anything I need from it, and it'll be good. Okay, yeah, someone's yelling. So I think it is, as soon as I verify that this went through, I think we should be okay. And there it is. That's our PowerBI report. I'm gonna see if I can export this, embed, publish to web. Contact, of course, I'm the admin. I'm the admin. My email is literally admin, but we'll see. I'll go ahead and publish it and then embed it into my website. Anyway, thank you for hanging out. I will share this, the code in the video description, and also on my blog when I write my blog about this. I really appreciate you hanging out with me, and I will see you next time. Please consider, if you may, finding a charity in Maui on HawaiiNewsNow.com that you can donate to. These folks really need our help at this point. It is, again, one of the most disastrous fires in U.S. history. So they have it pretty rough right now. And if there's any donations you can make, I'm sure they would greatly appreciate it. But thank you so much for joining me on this great adventure. Hopefully we can get together again next time and make some additions to this report and get it to a final state so that I can share it with everyone. All right, thanks everyone. Have a great day.